Mic check 1, 2, 3. From the broadcast desk, this is a mic check 1, 2, 3, and a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. This is a mic check 1, 2, 3.
they come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman, and along with Vance Cameron and Lee Drake will join us later on here this afternoon. We will bring you all the action on this 16-dash program of harness racing here from Charlottetown today, featuring the Lady Slipper Stakes and the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes, 2-year-old colts and fillies in grassroots and gold divisions. We also feature the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial Invitational Pace coming up on race 15 this afternoon. 7 starters going behind the starting gate. Twin B Tough Enough on the rail for Jill Berrio. Time to Dance is 2 for Mark Campbell. Batter Up Hanover 3 for Paul Angel. Marito Hanover 4 for Jason Hughes. Rotten Ronnie is 5 for Red Doucette. Beach and Lindy from post 6 for Stephen Charlton. And 7 on the outside is No Plan Intended with David Dowling. If you can't join us live, make sure you tune in to Redshores.ca, our Red Shores YouTube channel, or at HBIBet.com. Now let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action for today's program and equipment changes. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program, event number 45 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 17 degrees Celsius the temperature. At this time in Charlottetown, the track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here the afternoon's program and equipment changes. In today's first race, number 3, Royals Alley, will add a chin chain, brace bandages, and an ear hood. Also in race 1, scratch the 5-entry Woodmere Clara. She will not go. Race 1, scratch the 5, Woodmere Clara. Turning over to race number 2, a division of the Joe O'Brien, number 3, Tobin's Prophet, adding a Tony Morgan spreader inside. Next change, go to race number 5, the first of 2 super high fives. Number 1, Hamac Julia has a qualifying line. 28th of September here in Charlottetown. Track condition was good. There was a 1-second variant, and she was the lone qualifier, so she was on top at every call, winning in 2:07.1 for driver Nick Oakes. Next change, go to race number 7. In the 7th race, scratch number 4, the Fox. Scratch numbers 9 and 10. In the 7th race, scratch the 4, the Fox, and scratch numbers 9 and 10. They will not go. Next change, turn your program over to race number 10. In the 10th race, number 4, West Coast Kid, removing blinkers and the Murphy blind, adding a Pelling pacifier. The final change on today's program is in the final race today. That's number 16. In the 16th race, scratch number 2, Cowboy Logic. Race 16, scratch the 2-entry Cowboy Logic. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time. The Palm Mutual windows, they're open and selling. Race 1 post time goes at 12:30. That'll give you 25 minutes to make your first race decisions. Let's go back to my co-host Rocky Skierman on Race Day Broadcast Desk to set up the betting menu, promotional plays on this Saturday afternoon.
Thank you, Vance. Red Shores is pleased to offer the early pick 4 with a $500 guaranteed pool beginning on race 2. At the super high 5 is on race 5 and again on race 16 with a low 15% takeout. On track guess, the pick 5 starts in race number 6 and the ballots are inside the front cover of today's race program. The jackpot is $500 and your ballots must be in before the start of race number 6. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses for a chance to win the jackpots of $25 on every race. And welcome to our HPI players. We appreciate your business. You can use your account right here on track with our free Wi-Fi and beat the lines. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you're able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon at the Charlottetown Driving Park. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Going to have a look at races 5 and 14. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies, gold divisions. $21,750 on the line. Halmac Julia on the rail for Jason Hughes. Redland Miss Pretty 2 for Kenny Murphy. Speaking of Shadow 3 for Mike McGuigan. Marina Del Rey is 4 for Mark Campbell. Go Sister, Soul Sister from 5 with Adam Murner. Woodmere Jade is 6 for Miles Heffernan. Elm Grove Red Wine from 7 for David Dowling. And Our Girl Annie, my top choice in here, from post 8 with Corey McPherson. That comes up in race number 5. Over in race 14, another Lady Slipper Stake. Gold division, 2-year-old pacing fillies. On the rail, Rosetown Mary for Corey McPherson. Singing Ramona 2 for Adam Murner. Redland Bethany Jean 3 for Brody McPhee. JJ Amelia is 4 for Mark Bradley. Rock and Roll K's from post 5 for Kenny Murphy. It's Up to You is 6 for Jill Barrio. Too Much for You, 7 for David Dowling. And Look Over Your from post 8 with Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. It promises to be a fun-filled afternoon of harness racing here at Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. 16 races on tap this afternoon. If you can't join us live, make sure you tune in to Redshores.ca, our Red Shores YouTube channel, or at HPIBet.com. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors for the upcoming opener, Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies grassroots division for $10,875. You'll see I'm going with a 4-6-3 in here. Post time picks 4-3-1. And the classifier's choice is 5-4-6. In the upcoming first race, the horses and drivers will be on the track in a couple of moments. Just note, in the upcoming first race, you'll see the classifier's choice 5-4-6. The 5, Woodmere Clara, has been scratched in the opener.
The afternoon's first race, a division of the Lady Slipper Stake, Rockin' Hussy 1, owned by Miles Heffernan of Montague. Miles is the driver. Rick Beaumont trains. Red Dirt Diamond 2 is on Medina Clove, New Haven, trained by Brett Clough, Mark Campbell. Royale's Alley 3 is owned by Ryan Deuce out of South Rossigo, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. Run for the Money number 4, owned by Full House Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Redmond Doucette. 5 is Scratch, number 6, Woodmere Heather M, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. 7 is Stone Cold Girl, owned by Guy Turbide, Robert Poirier, Jonathan Theriot, and Stefan Boudreau. The trainer-driver, David Dowling. Only 3 minutes wagering time on the afternoon's first race. 3 minutes to post time. This is Race Day Live from Redshores, Charlottetown. Rocky Skirman comes next with the afternoon's opener and their top contenders.
Let's go to the track for the afternoon's opener. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies, grassroots division for $10,875. Landing on the 4 in here, Run for the Money, 2-year-old filly by Sports Writer for Full House Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. George Renison, the trainer. Red Doucette gets the call to drive. The last start here, September the 10th, PEI Colt Stake. Post 5 was a winner in 2:01 flat. That was a maiden record. Closed it out in 30-2 for Red Doucette. Makes her 8th lifetime start today. Post 4 for Run for the Money right now at 4-5. There we get a look at the 6, Woodmere Heather M, 2-year-old filly by Malicious for Next Generation Stable of Stratford. Tommy Weatherby, the trainer. Brody McPhee in the driver's seat. The last start was here, September 22nd. Post 6, finished 4. Just beat by quarter of a length. Race timed in 2:01 flat. Closed it out in 29-1. Still looks for that maiden win today. Woodmere Heather M, post 6 with Brody McPhee in the bike. Right now, 9-2. And there we see the 3, Royaz Ali, 2-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror for Ryan Doucette of South Rustico. He's also the breeder. Cliff Murphy is the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. Edge a chin chain, an ear hood, and brace bends just this afternoon. The last start, PEI Colt Stakes, September the 10th, right here. Post 6, made a break, finished 5, race timed 2:01 flat, closed it out 29-4. Took a maiden record here at Charlottetown, August the 11th. Head post 4 was a wire-to-wire winner, 2:01-2, closed it out in 30 seconds flat. Royaz Ali, post 3 today with Kenny Murphy, 9-1. And we'll get a look at the odds board for the upcoming opener here this afternoon. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies, grassroots division. Rockin' Hussey on the rail for Miles Heffernan at 2-1. The 2, Red Dirt Diamond for Mark Campbell at 8-1. Royaz Ali from post 3 with Kenny Murphy at 12-1. Run for the Money from post 4 with Red Doucette, your 3-5 choice on the board. The 5, Woodmere Clara, is scratched. Woodmere Heather M from post 6 with Brody McPhee at 5-1. And Stone Cold Girl, number 7 for David Dowling at 6-1. That's your field for the afternoon's opener. Good luck with your selections. First of 16 on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at the Charlottetown Driving Park, lining up behind the Metro Home Building Centre starting gate. Scratched down to a field of 6, the Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies, Grassroots. Here is track announcer Vance Cameron.
Rockin' Hussy, Red Dirt Diamond, Royage Alley, Run for the Money, Woodmere Heather M, Stone Cold Girl, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Oh, they're all tangled up behind the gate here, and we're going under a starter's recall. The starter has recalled race number 1. The starter recalls the first race for interference 4 on 3.
First race of the afternoon, lining up behind the Metro Home Building Centre starting gate, take 2. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
It's the $10,875 Lady Slipper to open up a super Saturday afternoon in Charlottetown. Rockin' Hussy, Red Dirt Diamond, Royage Alley, Run for the Money, Woodmere Heather M, Stone Cold Girl, top of the stretch. Here they come. Green light go this time. They're up and pacing in at the rail. Rockin' Hussy leaves out. Woodmere Heather M from the outside, and farther out, Stone Cold Girl is third into the turn to get away fourth towards the rail. Red Dirt Diamond. Then fifth is Run for the Money, and the trailer, Royage Alley. They're on the backstretch for time 1, going to the opening quarter, led by Rockin' Hussy for Miles Heffernan. Tucked away in the 2-hole is Woodmere Heather M, racing from third, Stone Cold Girl. Fourth at the rail is Red Dirt Diamond. Then in fifth, it's Run for the Money. Trailing 6 is Royage Alley. On by that opening quarter, and on the front end, Rockin' Hussy got him there. 29 seconds flat. Racing from second is Woodmere Heather M, alone in third. Stone Cold Girl. Racing from fourth is Red Dirt Diamond. Run for the Money has fifth. Trailing 6 is Voyage Alley. They approach the opening half-mile. Positions are unchanged. Midway, the leader is Rockin' Hussy. Woodmere Heather M is second. There goes Red Dirt Diamond to try her luck. First up on the outside to pick up third. Stone Cold Girl on the cones fourth. Second over on the outside fifth. That's Run for the Money. Trailing the field, that is Royage Alley. On by that opening half. Off stride or rough gated on the lead there. That was Rockin' Hussy. Second is Woodmere Heather M. Run for the Money's coming 3 wide now third. In between horses fourth. Stone Cold Girl. Royals Alley fifth. Trailing 6. Red Dirt Diamond the 3/4. That's in the books. They're 3 wide as they round the turn for the final time. In at the rail, Rockin' Hussy. Stone Cold Girl on the outside, just ahead away. Third up the rail, that's Woodmere Heather M. Run for the Money on the outside, fourth. Homeward bound here in the Lady Slipper to open it up. Stone Cold Girl looking to upset them. Rockin' Hussy coming back on. Rockin' Hussy in the line here with Miles Heffernan Sr. Then it looked like Stone Cold Girl and Woodmere Heather M. in the afternoon's opener, the Lady Slipper.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's opener. Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots division for $10,875. And we saw Rockin' Hussy go right down the road here this afternoon. Fractions 29 to the quarter. Not sure what the half says on the board there. 129 to 3/4 and the mile 159 and 2. That is a new race win record for this 2-year-old filly by a rock and roll dance for owner Miles Heffernan of Montague, trainer Rick Beaumont, and Miles Heffernan in the driver's seat here this afternoon. Stone Cold Girl in between horses, moving to the 3/4, is going to get up on the outside here for second. And in for third, that is the 6, Woodmere Heather M. It's close. It's not posted yet. But for our looks of things, it looks like it is Rockin' Hussy on the line here in the afternoon's opener. And we'll see Rockin' Hussy and Miles Heffernan back in the winner's circle next.
Now arriving at the first race, winner's circle, number 1, Rockin' Hussy. Pacing Brown Filly 2 by a rock and roll dance. From the Western Terror Dam, Gotta See About a Girl, owned by Miles Heffernan Sr. of Montague. Miley Day is the driver. Rick Beaumont does the training, and this filly bred by Michael Horn and the estate of Alexander Rice. She's on top all the way, pacing to a new record of 159 and 2. Rockin' Hussy captures a division of the Lady Slipper Stake at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Simtrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results from the first race. Rockin' Hussey, the winner. Red Dirt Diamond, 6th. Royals Alley, 5th. Run for the Money, 4th. Woodmere Clara was scratched. Woodmere Heather M, 3rd. Stone Cold Girl was 2nd. The fractions up 29, 59 and 1. 129, and the mile 159 and 2. In review, it's 165, 4 scratched, 3-2. Rockin' Hussey paid $5 to win. The exactor $48, triactor $393.60, and the superfecta $51.12.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Enjoy the action from our restaurants, grandstand, simulcast theater, or the casino. You can place your bet at the track on your smartphone, too, through hpibet.com. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi. And we'll roll the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division for $18,600. 4 horses going behind the starting gate. I like a 4-1-3 in here. Post time picks likes 4-1-2. And the classifier's choice is 4-1-3 in the upcoming second race. Horses and drivers will be on the track in a moment.
The second race is the division of the Joe O'Brien Stake. Bacon on a Biscuit one, owned by the MCR Bacon on a Biscuit Group of Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia. The trainer-driver, Mark Campbell. Meraki 2 is owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean of Winslow. Daryl is the trainer. Jill's Barrio drives. 3, Tobin's Prophet, owned by Kevin Dory, Frank Brundle, and Robert Samara. Trained by Danny Romo, Jason Hughes. 4, Starship Glide, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts, driven by David Dowling. 5 minutes wagering time in race number 2. It's the start of the early pick 4 with a low 15% takeout.
Don't forget to get in the early pick 4 here this afternoon. Starts in this race. Races 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's the early pick 4. Guaranteed pool of $500. And you'll see my early pick 4 ticket. I'm going with 4748. Post time picks 4723. And the classifiers 4743 are early pick 4 tickets. Let's go up to the track for the afternoon's second race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division for $18,600. Featuring Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor. Start of the pick 4. Don't forget you can tag your ticket for a chance of the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 4 in here. That's Starship Glide. 2-year-old by Control the Moment for Claude Poirier. Earl Watts is the trainer. David Dowling in the driver's seat. Last start was here September the 10th, PEI Colt Stake for $12,300. Head the rail and finished 2. Race timed 1:56 and 4. Closed it out in 27 and 3. 3 wins from 7 lifetime tries. 5 times in the top 3 and over $12,000 in the bank. Starship Glide from post 4 with David Dowling at 1-9. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. That is Bacon on a Biscuit, 2-year-old by Tobago Cays for MCR Bacon on a Biscuit Group of Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell, the trainer and the driver. Last start September the 10th, PEI Colt Stake right here. Post 3, finished 3. Race timed 1:58 and 4. Closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Still looks for that maiden win. Bacon on a Biscuit on the rail for Mark Campbell at 4-1. And there's a look at the 3. Tobin's Prophet, 2-year-old by Stonebridge Terror for Kevin Dory, Frank Brundle, and Robert Samara. Danny Romo, the trainer. Jason Hughes back in the driver's seat here today. Had a qualifier at Truro, the only one in it, September the 13th. 2:02 the mile, closed it out 29 seconds flat. This horse went on a winning streak here this summer. 5 wins in a row with the latest 1:59 and 4 at Inverness and an A stake for $9,000. Took a record 1:57 flat at Truro Raceway on July 22nd for Jill Berrio. Tobin's Prophet from post 3 today with Jason Hughes. Right now 6-1. And there we see the 2, Meraki. He's a 2-year-old by Malicious for Daryl and Gordon McLean of Winslow. Daryl is the trainer and Jill Berrio in the driver's seat this afternoon. The last start was here September 17th. Post 3, finished 3. Race time 2:02 flat for Daryl McLean. Closed it out in 31 and 4. 9 starts on the season, 5 times in the top 3, including 2 second-place finishes, and almost $10,000 in the bank. Meraki from post 2 with Jill Berrio. Good odds, 12-1. Field of 4 moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center, starting 8 for the afternoon second race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Bacon on a Biscuit, Meraki. Tobin's Prophet, Starship Glide. Starting gate, swings round the turn. Entering the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Meraki leaves out along with Bacon on a Biscuit. Tobin's Prophet and way wide is Starship Glide. To the turn they go, and it's Bacon on a Biscuit. Guarding the cones from Mark Campbell to lead it at the 8th pole. Second is Meraki. Starship Glide got away third. Then the trailer. That's Tobin's Prophet along the backstretch. Early movement. Here comes Starship Glide and Dowling to take dead aim at the early leader, Bacon on a Biscuit, as they arrive at the quarter. Starship Glide is taken over the lead. Second is Bacon on a Biscuit. Meraki goes third, trailing the field fourth. That's Tobin's Prophet on by that opening quarter, and on the lead at the 3/8 now. That's Starship Glide, and a solid beginning. 28-1 open this one up. Starship Glide the leader for Dowling. Second is Bacon on a Biscuit. Third up the rail, Meraki, trailing fourth. That is Tobin's Prophet. They're halfway home in the second, led by Starship Glide. On his back, second is Bacon on a Biscuit. Meraki third. There goes Tobin's Prophet to the outside fourth. Rounding the paddock turn for the second time they go. Approaching the 5/8, and on the point, that is Starship Glide the leader. Bacon on a Biscuit races from second. Tobin's Prophet advancing on the outside third. Now the trailer. That's Meraki. The 3/4 comes next. Starship Glide gets him there. Here's Tobin's Prophet alongside the leader to challenge. Third up the rail, Bacon on a Biscuit. Trailing fourth, Meraki. 3/4 in the books, and Starship Glide continuing to lead. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Racing from second, that's Bacon on a Biscuit. Now third is Tobin's Prophet. Meraki fourth. On the wire they come next, and it's Starship Glide in this division of the O'Brien for David Dowling. Second is Tobin's Prophet. Bacon on a Biscuit third. It's the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes for 2-year-old Colt Pacers Gold Division.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for this afternoon's second race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division for $18,600. And a new early move going to the quarter by Starship Glide. Got him the front, 28-1 to the quarter. Down to 3/4 and 128-1. Starship Glide now through the stretch, pulling away from the field to win here this afternoon in 157-1. That's his 4th career win from 8 lifetime starts. David Dowling in the driver's seat here this afternoon. Tobin's Prophet in there for second. Bacon on a Biscuit third. And the 2 Meraki fourth. So 4-3-1-2 unofficially in the afternoon second race. And we'll see Starship Glide with David Dowling in the Red Shores winner circle next.
Starship Glide arrives at the second race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding heats 2 by Control the Moment off the American Ideal Dam American Chocolate. He's a homebred of Claude Portier's, trained by Earl Watts. David Dowling picks up the winning drive. Horse has his 4th win on the season from 8 starts. The afternoon's mile in 1:57 and a 1/5. Starship Glide in the division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake at Charlottetown. Down at trackside, the cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. The top tier of Atlantic Canadian stallions have their hooves planted firmly at Windermere Farms in Springvale, PEI. When breeding an Atlantic Canadian champion, look no further than Malicious, Legion of Honor, Source of Pride, and Somewhere Fancy. Go to windermerefarmspei.weebly.com for more information.
Now the official results from the second. Bacon on a Biscuit third, Meraki fourth. Tobin's Prophet was second. Starship Glide, the race winner, 28-1, 58-2, 128-1, and the mile 157-1. In review, 3-4, 2-1. Starship Glide paid $250. The Exactor $7.90, Triactor $7.20. The Superfecta was 70 cents, and the early double $12.40.
The Atlantic Classic Sale Committee would like to provide an update to our consigners and buyers concerning the 2022 Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale and Hurricane Fiona. We are pleased to report that the sale facilities at Crapo were not damaged by the hurricane, and we will be proceeding with the sale on October the 7th at 2 o'clock as originally scheduled. To watch the sale online and register to bid, visit www.liveauctions.tv. To view all the information on the horses in the sale, visit www.atlanticclassic.com. The committee looks forward to welcoming you to the sale as they kick off what will be an exciting weekend of Atlantic Breeders' Crown Racing.
The afternoon's third race is the Happy Birthday Liam Myers Pace. Number 1, Bugger Max, owned by Gordon White and Dale Orr, St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Earl Watts. Jules Barrio drives. 2 is Cata Parker, owned by Jeremy Hoffman, Lynn Livingstone, Jeffrey Campbell, and Kevin Teasdale, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. 3, Brookdale Aldi, owned by Bill Kinney of Honey River, and Gary Ford of Stratford. Von Doyle, the conditioner. Kenny Arsenault up. 4, Mr. Riley, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville, and Darlene Compton of South Panett, trained by Corey McPherson. Corey drives. 5 is Premier Joy, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer is the trainer. David Dowling. The Twist 6, owned by Darren Smith of Rocky Point. Darren is the trainer. Mark Campbell. Roll with Hottie Toddy 7, owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague. Todd and Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia. Trevor is the trainer. Jason Hughes drives. 8, Big Bad Bruiser is owned and trained by Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown. Dale Spence will drive. Redmond Doucette does the post parade. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on the third. The 2022 Atlantic Classic sale catalogs are available at the race offices here in Charlottetown and Summerside.
Let's go to the track for the afternoon's third race. The Happy Birthday Liam Myers Pace. Landing on the 7 in here. Roll with Hottie Toddy. 3 roll by Roll with It Harry for Trevor Hicken of Montague. Todd and Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia. Trevor Hicken, the trainer. Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. This horse comes into this race on a 2-race winning streak. September the 10th, PEI Colt Stakes, $13,100. Had the rail, wire-to-wire winner, 154-4. For Jason Hughes, closed it out 28-2 in the latest, September the 17th, right here. Had the rail, wire-to-wire winner, 157-1. Closed it out in 29-3 for Jason Hughes. 5 wins from 17 tries this season, and a record of 153 flat taken right here at Charlottetown on August the 20th. Roll with Hottie Toddy, post 7 with Jason Hughes today. Right now, your current choice at even money. And there we get a look at the 4, Mr. Riley. He's a 4-year-old by Steelhead Hanover for Jimmy Gorman of South Melville, Darlene Compton of South Panett, Corey McPherson, the trainer and the driver. The last start September 17th, right here from post 6. Finished 4, just beat by 3/4 of a length. Race timed in 155-4. Closed it out in 27-4. 3 wins from 13 tries on the season. 156-4 record taken right here at Charlottetown on August the 27th. Mr. Riley, post 4 today with Corey McPherson at 2-1. And there we get a look at the 8, Big Bad Bruiser, 4-year-old by Roll with It Harry for Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown. He's also the trainer. Dale Spence will do the driving today. Last start September 17th, right here. Had the rail and finished 3rd. Race timed 154 flat. Closed it out in 28-3 for Dale Spence. Post 8 today. He's got 3 wins from 18 tries, including a record of 155 taken right here on August the 13th. Big Bad Bruiser from post 8 with Dale Spence, 9-1. I'd like to wish a happy 70th birthday to Morris McCabe, who's with us here this afternoon, celebrating in the top of the park. Hope you're enjoying all the action this afternoon, Mo. Celebrating your 70th here this afternoon. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming third race. Bugger Max on the rail for Jill Berrio at 6-1. Cataparca is the 2 for Adam Murner at 10-1. Brookdale Ollie post 3 for Kenny Arsenault at 11-1. Mr. Riley is the 4 for Corey McPherson at 5-2. Premier Joye is post 5 for David Dowling at 11-1. The Twist is number 6 for Mark Campbell, 36-1. Roll with Hottie Toddy 7 for Jason Hughes at even money. And the 8, Big Bad Bruiser for Dale Spence at 6-1. That's your field for the upcoming third race. Happy birthday, Liam Myers Pace. Good luck with your selections. A field of 8 moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the afternoon's third race. Happy birthday, Liam Myers Pace. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Bugger Max, Cataparca, Brookdale Aldi, Mr. Riley, Premier Joey, The Twist, Roll with Hottie Toddy, Big Bad Bruiser on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Cataparca leaves out. Bugger Max on the rail, and here is Roll Roll with Hottie Toddy from the outside, and he's firing out for Hughes as they round the turn. That's Roll with Hottie Toddy to take over. Off stride, Cataparca's on the run. Now second is Bugger Max, racing third, Brookdale Ollie, fourth at the rail. Mr. Raleigh on the outside, fifth is Big Bad Bruiser. Now sixth is Premier Joy. Cataparca on the outside, seventh. The Twist is eighth. On by that opening station, led by Roll with Hottie Toddy. And the Blue Knight Hughes coming on the outside to call. That's Big Bad Bruiser. He looks for a friend. He's been out now as they arrive at the 3/8. Opening quarters up. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 3/4. Roll with Hottie Toddy, the leader. Big Bad Bruiser in a whole heap of trouble. Caught on the outside second. Bugger Max at the rail third. Moving up fourth, Mr. Riley. Brookdale Ollie on the cones fifth. Outside sixth, Premier Joy. Then the Twist is seventh. Cataparca eighth. 57 seconds flat for half a mile. 3/8 left to go. Roll with Hottie Toddy, the leader. Big Bad Bruiser lays on the outside. Bugger Max at the rail third. Coming up fourth on the outside, Mr. Riley. On the cones, Brookdale Ollie fifth. Premier Joy outside sixth. Cataparca seventh. And the Twist is eighth. 3/4 in the books. A Roll with Hottie Toddy. Got him over to that station. From the outside second, Mr. Riley. Big Bad Bruiser third. The 3/4 in 1:25 and 3. They're headed on home. And it's all Roll with Hottie Toddy. Mr. Riley second. Big Bad Bruiser holds third. Roll with Hottie Toddy and the Blue Knight Hughes. Second is Mr. Riley. Big Bad Bruiser held third. Time for the mile in the third. It's the Happy Birthday Liam Myers. Roll with Hottie Toddy's home in 1:54 and a 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's third race, brought to you by Universal Media and Roll with Hottie Toddy. Left hard from post 7 here this afternoon. He gets to the front, the quarter in 27 and 3. Down to the half in 57 seconds flat. He had the challenger. Big Bad Bruiser was out for most of the mile here. Down to 3/4 in 1:25 and 3. And he's on cruise control here this afternoon with Jason Hughes. 1:54 and 1. That's 3 in a row. 6th of the season, 8th career for Roll with Hottie Toddy. 1:54 and 1 here this afternoon. Up for second is the 4, Mr. Riley. Big Bad Bruiser is third. And the 5, Premier Joy, is fourth. So unofficially 7-4-8-5 in the afternoon's third race. The Happy Birthday Liam Myers pace. And we'll see Roll with Hottie Toddy with Jason Hughes in the Red Shores winner's circle in a moment.
Roll with Hottie Toddy arriving at the third race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 3, but Roll with it, Harry. Off the Western Paradise Dam, Western Queen. Owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague. Todd and Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia. Trained by Trevor Hicken. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, in the driver's seat for the win. The Colt picks up his third in a row. This afternoon, 1:54. And 1/5. Roll with Hottie Toddy in the third. Down at trackside, we have the Liam Myers Happy Birthday Cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the third. Bugger Max was 5th, Cataparca 7th, Brookdale Ollie 6th, Mr. Riley was 2nd, Premier Joy 4th, The Twist was 8th, Roll with Hottie Toddy the winner, Big Bad Bruiser 3rd, Fractions 127 and 3, 57, 125 and 3, and the mile 154 and 1. In review, it's 576, 248, 1-3. Roll with Hottie Toddy paid $350 to win. Exactor 720, Triactor 2870, and the Superfecta was 1608.
The Drive for Charity promotion has returned for the fall meet at Redshores, Summerside, and Charlottetown properties. The Drive for Charity event features 10 of Prince Edward Island's top harness racing drivers, partnering with island businesses to raise money for local charities. Each win will earn $30 toward their charity and runs until December 4th, just in time for the holidays. Here are the participating businesses, drivers, and their charities. Redshores Racetrack and Casino has Dale Spence with the United Way. PI Harness Racing Industry Association partners up with Adam Murner for Joy Riders, and they're on the track for the upcoming 4th race.
Fourth race, second division of the O'Brien on Parade. Hamac Charmer 1, owned by Windermere Farms, Roger Burns, Hollis Newton, and Clive Balderson. Trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling drives. Fisherman's Son number 2 is owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabu, Nova Scotia. Walter is the trainer, Danny Gillis. The Midnight Train 3 is owned by Tracy McQuaid from Salmon River, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Darren Crow. Malignity 4 is owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell, Paul Langell, the trainer-driver. No Boats on Sunday, number 5, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time in the 4th. Rocky Stearman is next on race day.
Let's go to the track for the afternoon's fourth race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show Wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. It's the Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division for $18,600. There is the 4, Malignity. 2-year-old by Malicious for Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell, the trainer and the driver. 6 wins from 8 tries this season, $41,896 in the bank, and a record of 156. Taken in his last start right here at Charlottetown. PI Colt Stake, head post 4, wire to wire. 156 flat, closed it out in 27-1. Post 4 again today for Malignity with Paul Angel. Right now, 3-5. And here's a look at the 2, Fisherman's Son, 2-year-old by Arthur Blue Chip for Walter Walker of Inverness and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabou, Nova Scotia. Walter Walker, the trainer. Danny Gillis does the driving here this afternoon. This horse comes into this one on a 5-race winning streak, the latest at Northside Downs in the Phil Pinckney Memorial, September the 17th. Post 2, wire-to-wire winner, 159-3, closed it out in 28-4. 6 wins from 7 lifetime starts, including a 155-4 record, taken right at Summerside Raceway on August the 28th. Post 2 today for Fisherman's Son with Danny Gillis, right now at even money. And there we see the rail sitter in here. That is Hal Mac Charmer, 2-year-old by Malicious for Windermere Farms, Roger Burns, Hollis Newson, and Clive Balderson. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, is the trainer. David Dowling in the driver's seat here today. The last start was here September the 10th, PEI Colt Stakes. Post 4, finished 2. Race timed 158 flat. Closed that one out 29-3. 6 times in the top 3 from 8 lifetime starts, including a win. 2 minutes, 2/5 maiden record, taken at Summerside Raceway on July the 14th. Hal Mac Charmer has the rail today with David Dowling at 10-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 4th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division for $18,600. Hal Mac Charmer on the rail for David Dowling at 11-1. Fisherman's Son is the 2 for Danny Gillis at even money. The Midnight Train from post 3 for Darren Crow at 7-1. Malignity is the 4 for Paul Angel. Your current choice on the board at 3-4. And the 5 on your screen right now. No Boats on Sunday for Miles Heffernan, right now at 13-1. That's your field for the upcoming 4th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon's fourth race, Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division for $18,600. They are lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Hamac Charmer, Fisherman's Son, The Midnight Train, Malignity, No Boats on Sunday. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. The Midnight Train is Steppy getting out. Fisherman's Son's leaving. On the rail is Hamac Charmer second. Coming from the outside for third to the turn. No Boats on Sunday. Fourth is the Midnight Train. And the trailer, that is Malignity. So Fisherman's Son by 3 early for Danny Gillis. Racing from second is Hamac Charmer. Away in mid-pack third is No Boats on Sunday. Fourth is the Midnight Train. And the heavy favorite is the trailer at the opening quarter. And that is Malignity. Arriving at that opening station, led by Fisherman's Son. Racing in the 2-hole is Hamac Charmer. There goes the Midnight Train on the outside third. Racing from fourth, racing on the inside is No Boats on Sunday. And Malignity on the outside fifth. There's the quarter. It's up in 29 and 2 on the lead. Fisherman's Son to his outside second. That is the Midnight Train. In the pocket third, Hamac Charmer. Malignity moves up fourth on the outside. Now the trailer, that's No Boats on Sunday. Halfway home in the fourth, led by Fisherman's Son. Racing from second is Hamac Charmer. The Midnight Train on the outside third. 60 seconds flat for an opening half mile. They'll start to pick him up, and they'll start to put him down now. 3 wide, they're on the back stretch. They're going to 3/4. Fisherman's Son, the leader. Malignity out there, 3 wide, has taken over the lead. Racing from third is Hamac Charmer. The Midnight Train on the outside fourth. No Boats on Sunday trails the field. 3/4 in the books, and Malignity clear by 3 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Fisherman's Son is second. Well off them third. Hamac Charmer. There's the 3/4. 1:28 and 2. On the wire next. Malignity for Paul Langell in the Joe O'Brien. Second, that is Fisherman's Son. Finishing third is Hamac Charmer. It's the gold division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake to Malignity in 1:56 and 4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's fourth race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts in the gold division. Fisherman's Son went to the front, the quarter in 29 and 2. Down to the half in a minute. Going to 3/4. Malignity, Paul Langell tipped out 3 wide to that third quarter of 28 and 2. And he goes right on by, and he throws a last one at them of 28 and 2 to get the job done. His 7th career win from 9 tries. 1:56 and 4 here this afternoon. Fisherman's Son hangs on for second. Hamac Charmer in there for third. And the 3, the Midnight Train, is fourth. So 4-2-1-3 unofficially in the afternoon's fourth race. And we'll see Malignity in the Red Shores winner circle next.
Now arriving at the fourth race winner's circle for Malignity. Pacing Black Gelding 2 by Malicious. Off the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne. Owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Bred by Gary McPherson of PEI. Paul Langell trains and drives. Colt picks up his 7th victory on the season from 9 starts. 156-4. Malignity in the O'Brien Stake at Charlottetown. Down at trackside, the cooler presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results in the fourth. Hamac Charmer third. Fisherman Sun second. The Midnight Train fourth. Malignity, the race winner. No boats on Sunday, fifth. 29-2. 1 minute. 128-2. And the mile 156-4. In review, it's 324-15. Malignity paid $2.50. The exactor $3.40. Triactor $6.20. Superfecta was $1.08.
Red Shores is pleased to offer a new fan zone in the lower level of Red Shores. This area has high top tables, new flat screen TVs, featuring live and off-track horse racing. You can also place your bets by using our free Red Shores guest Wi-Fi on your mobile device through hpibet.com. And we'll roll the selections into the screen for the upcoming fifth race. Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies Gold Division for $21,750. I like an 8-3-4 in here. Post time picks likes 3-4-8. And the classifier likes 3-4-6 in the upcoming fifth race. And Vance and I will be up next with the Vance Cam.
Fifth race on the track for the parade. Number 1 is Hamac Julie, owned by Doug Matheson, Janet Sanderson, and Dunsan Farms, trained by Nick Oakes. Jason Hughes drives. Redland Miss Pretty 2 is owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams, Kenny Murphy. Speaking of Shadow 3, owned by Josh McDonald of Edmonton, Alberta, Mark McDonald of Cornwall. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Marina Del Rey 4 is owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore and Robert Samara from Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. 5 is Go Sister, Soul Sister, owned by the Group of 7 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Adam Murner. Woodmere Jade 6, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. drives. Elm Grove Red Wine 7 is owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, and Brittany Watts, trained and driven by David Dowling. Our Girl Annie 8, owned by Blaine, Jessica, and Jennifer Tebow of Kensington, trained by Eddie Doucette, Corey McPherson aboard. Only 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5, and Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first of 2 super high fives here in the 5th race. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, I'll go to the 3. Speaking of Shadow, McGuigan took the hobbles off this filly her last start. She was a race winner in 57 and won and looked pretty solid doing it on that day. Right alongside the 4, Marina Del Rey has put her quickest start on the season together. Her last outing going in 56 flat for Campbell. Going to go to the 5, Go Sister, Soul Sister, and Murner for 3rd. To the outside we go for 4th. Our Girl Annie might have used this filly a little tighter if she'd have been closer to the rail, but I've got her in for 4th. And my super high 5 concludes with the 2, Redland Miss Pretty. You're going to get some odds on this filly today. From the booth, it's 3, 4, 5, 8, 2. Rocky, your choices.
You gotta have a little faith sometimes, Vance. Our Girl Annie's on the outside, but I like her to get the job done here this afternoon. Look at Eddie Doucette's training average, 673 here this afternoon coming into this one. So I like her on top in here. For second, the 3, speaking of Shadow, as you mentioned, Vance took the hobbles off in the last start. Was a winner, 157-1, equaled her record. For third, Tractor Players, the 4, Marina Del Rey, 156 flat in her last start. For 4th, the 6, Woodmere Jade. She takes the hobbles off today. And for you super high fivers, the 5, Go Sister, Soul Sister for Adam Murner. So I like 8, 3, 4, 6, 5. Vance likes 3, 4, 5, 8, 2. Get in on the super high 5. And there is a look at the 8, Our Girl Annie, 2-year-old brown filly by Arthur Blue Chip for Blaine and Jessica and Jennifer Tebow of Kensington. Eddie Doucette, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat this afternoon. 4 wins from 6 tries and 2/3 and over $19,000 in the bank. I know she's on the outside, but she left from post 7 in her last start, September the 10th, right here, PEI Colt Stake. Post 7, finished 3, race time 1:58-1, closed it out in 30-1. I look for her to get a little bit of a trip here this afternoon and make it to the winner's circle. Our Girl Annie with Corey McPherson, 5-1. And we'll have a quick look at the odds board before they go to the gate for the upcoming 5th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies, Gold Division. For $21,750, Halmac Julia on the rail for Jason Hughes at 41-1. Redland Miss Pretty is 2 for Kenny Murphy at 34-1. Speaking of Shadow, post 3, Mike McGuigan at 6-5. Marina Del Rey is the 4 for Mark Campbell. Your current choice on the board at 4-5. Go Sister Soul Sister is post 5 for Adam Murner, 29-1. Woodmere Jade from post 6 for Miles Heffernan at 47-1. Elm Grove Red Wine is the 7 for David Dowling at 8-1. And the 8, Our Girl Annie with Corey McPherson at 5-1. That's your field for the upcoming 5th race. Gold division of the Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old fillies. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon's 5th race, a Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old pacing fillies gold division for $21,750. They are lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Hamac Julia, Redland Mix Pretty. Speaking of shadow, Marina Del Rey, Go Sister Soul Sister. Woodmere Jade, Elm Grove Red Wine, Our Girl Annie outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Redland Miss Pretty, the first one out. Speaking of shadow, is second. Marina Del Rey third. In at the rail, Hamac Julia fourth. Coming fifth between horses, Woodmere Jade. 3 high in sixth. That is Elm Grove Red Wine. Then seventh is Soul Sister. Go Sister. And on the backstretch, the trailer early going is Our Girl Annie. They're on the backstretch. 3 wide now going to the quarter. And the farthest one out, Marina Del Rey, the leader. Second is Speaking of Shadow. Now settling up third is Redland Mix Pretty. Away fourth, that's Woodmere Jade. Then in fifth is Elm Grove Red Wine. The opening quarter, 27 and 4. Wow! Boom! Just like that, 2-year-old fillies are fired up big time here. Marina Del Rey and Campbell, the leaders. Speaking of Shadow is second. There goes Woodmere Jade to the outside third. Then in fourth, Woodmere Miss Pretty racing on the outside and coming fifth. That is Elm Grove Red Wine. Go Sister Soul Sister sixth. Our Girl Annie is seventh. And now the trailer, Hamac Julia, 58-3 over to the opening half mile. They backed it up in the second panel after a fired up opening quarter. On the back stretch they go, led by Marina Del Rey. On the outside it's Woodmere Jade at the rail third. Elm Grove Red Wine, speaking of Shadow, fourth. Our Girl Annie, she's winding up now, coming up on the far outside. 3/4 in the books. Marina Del Rey got him there in 1:28 flat. Out on a limb is Our Girl Annie. Here comes Elm Grove Red Wine in between horses, and they're homeward bound now. And it's Elm Grove Red Wine to take over. Our Girl Annie way wide. Marina Del Rey towards the rail. On the wire next. Here's Elm Grove Red Wine to upset them for Dowling. Our Girl Annie rallied second, Marina Del Rey third. The time for the mile in 1:58-3. Elm Grove Red Wine arriving at the fifth race winner's circle. Pacing filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Stonebridge Terror, is off the Beach Towel Dam. Elm Grove Starlight, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, and Brittany Watts. The filly bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. David Dowling training and driving. David's second driving victory on the afternoon for the double. Filly has a new record today, 1:58-3. Elm Grove Red Wine in the Lady Slipper Stake at Charlottetown. Down at trackside, the cooler presentation. Here's the official results now in the fifth. Tamac Julia fourth, Redland Miss Pretty fifth. Speaking of Shadow sixth, Marina Del Rey third. Go Sister Soul Sister was eighth. Woodmere Jade seventh. Elm Grove Red Wine the winner. Our Girl Annie finished second. They went 27-4, 58-3, 128, and the mile 158-3. In review, it's 456, 387, 12. The official prices in the fifth will be posted momentarily.
The host committee for the 2022 Atlantic Breeders' Crown is pleased to announce the 4 Atlantic Canadian harness racing families who will be lauded for their achievements and contributions to the industries during the upcoming Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend at Redshores, Charlottetown on October 8th and 9th, 2022. The families which have been selected by the evaluation committee in each province are New Brunswick, the Kirkpatrick family. From Newfoundland and Labrador, the family of the late Eugene Ryan, the Taylor family of brothers Lee, Winston, and Newton Taylor from Prince Edward Island, the family of the late Frank Jameson of Wallace, Nova Scotia. For Nova Scotia, presentations to each of the 4 families will take place at the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Banquet, presented by the Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association at the top of the park at Red Shore, Charlottetown on Saturday, October the 8th. This event is sold out. The host committee also announced that presentations will be again made to the owners of all horses participating in the championship finals, but for 2022 will be made during the championship race program on Sunday due to limited seating capacity at the Saturday banquet. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown Banquet will be hosted by Lee Drake and Vance Cameron and carried live through the Race Day Broadcast YouTube channel at Redshores.ca.
Ladies and gentlemen, now receiving word from the Parimutuel Department. We are in a tote delay. And that delay comes out of the hub. Now it looks to be rectified as we have the official prices now being posted in race number 5.
Last call, 50-50. Tracy's up here right now in the top of the park. This is your last call for 50-50. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors for the upcoming 6th race, you'll see I like a 4-1-2 in here. Post time picks likes 5-4-3. And the classifier's choice is 4-3-5 in the upcoming 6th race. The horses and drivers will be on the track in a moment.
Sixth race of division of the O'Brien. They're on parade. Number 1, No Fool McKinley, is owned by Garth Cole of Kensington. Alfred Banglow of Freetown, trained by Garth Cole. Kenny Arsenault drives. Woodmere Expedia 2 is owned by Wild Ride Stable of Kensington. Dale Spence is the trainer-driver. 3 is Elm Grove Restwind, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale. James Quinn of York. David Dowling trains and drives. Tobin's Party 4 is owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 5, Proud of You Today, is owned by Gordon, David and Douglas Neal and Keith Ford, trained by Keith Ford. Adam Werner drives. Down to 5 minutes wagering time on race 6, and it's the start of the on-track pick 5.
Let's go to the track for the afternoon 6th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division for $9,300. Landing on the 4 in here, Tobin's Party. 2-year-old by Malicious for Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes, the trainer and the driver. Last started here, September 17th. Had the rail, was a winner. Maiden record 2:01-4. Closed it out in 31-2. That was just his 6th lifetime start. Tobin's Party's the only one who's got a win on his card in this race. Post 4 today with Jason Hughes in the bike right now at 5-2. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. That's No Fool McKinley, 2-year-old by Tobago Cays for Garth Cole of Kensington and Alfred Baglow of Freetown. Garth Cole, the trainer, Kenny Arsenault in the driver's seat. The last start was here September 17th from post 4, finished 5. Race time 2:02-2, closed it out in 31-3. Started here on September the 10th, PEI Colt Stakes from post 3, finished 3. Race time 2 minutes 2/5, closed it out in 29-1. Both of those starts for Kenny Arsenault. No Fool McKinley on the rail today with Kenny Arsenault 28-1. And there we get a look at the 2, Woodmere Expedia, 2-year-old by Arthur Bluetip for Wild Ride Stable of Kensington. Dale Spence, the trainer and the driver. First lifetime start today for this colt. Qualified at Summerside September 19th. Had the rail, finished 3rd. Race time 2:02-4. Closed it out 29-2. Good spot to work from today. Woodmere Expedia with Dale Spence. Your current choice at 1-4. Don't forget to get your 50-50 here this afternoon. Tracy's up here in the top of the park. $500 to the winner right now. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 6th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial, 2-year-old Colts, Grassroots Division. No Fool McKinley on the rail for Kenny Arsenault at 17-1. Woodmere Expedia is the 2 for Dale Spence at 2-5. Elm Grove Restwind, the 3 for David Dowling at 7-2. Tobin's Party is the 4 for Jason Hughes at 2-1. And Proud of You Today for Adam Murner at 12-1. That's your field for the upcoming 6th race. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon 6th race, field of 5, moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's the Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
No Fool McKinley, Woodmere Expedia, Elm Grove West Wind, Tobin's Party. Proud of you today. A field of 5 in the Joe O'Brien Memorial. They're on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Elm Grove West Wind at the rail, No Fool McKinley. Woodmere Expedia, the third one into the turn. Tobin's Party's away 4th, and on the outside, 5th. That is Proud of You today. Off stride. Woodmere Expedia has jumped it off early as they move to the backstretch, going to the quarter. No Fool McKinley in line to Kenny Arsenault. The longest shot on the board will lead him to the quarter. Clear by 3. Second is Elm Grove West Wind. Back into third, Tobin's Party. 4th, Proud of You today. Trailing the field, that is Woodmere Expedia. On by that opening quarter, they're there in 28 and 3. No Fool McKinley, the fraction setter. Racing from second is Elm Grove West Wind. Third, coming out of the turn is Tobin's Party. Proud of You today. 4th, trailing the field, that is Woodmere Expedia. They are strung out, the field of 5 as they arrive at the half mile. No Fool McKinley halfway home. Second is Elm Grove West Wind, racing from third. That's Tobin's Party. Proud of You today. 4th, trailing 5th. That's Woodmere Expedia. 59 and 1 was the opening half mile. They're down to 3/8 of a mile to go, and No Fool McKinley the leader on Elm Grove West Wind. Tobin's Party drives up on the outside 3rd. Back into 4th, Proud of You today. Trailing 5th, Woodmere Expedia. The 3/4 comes next. That long shot leader is No Fool McKinley. On the outside, Tobin's Party now second. In the pocket 3rd, Elm Grove West Wind. 3/4 up in 1:28 and 4/8 of a mile to go. Looking for a colossal upset here. No Fool McKinley bringing them down the stretch. Second is Elm Grove West Wind. Tobin's Party on the outside 3rd. On the wire they come next. No Fool McKinley. Elm Grove West Wind got up the inside with Dowling. Second is No Fool McKinley. Tobin's Party 3rd in 1:58.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for the afternoon 6th race, brought to you by Universal Media and No Fool McKinley with No Fool Arsenault. Kenny Arsenault in the bike this afternoon. Sent him right down the road, 28 and 3, the half up. 59 and 1, rolled to 3/4 in 1:28 and 4. Didn't see a challenger until the head of the stretch when Elm Grove West Wind. You're going to see it here in the passing lane. Great shot by Universal Media. We got a battle on here. We have No Fool McKinley on the outside. Elm Grove West Wind at the rail with David Dowling. They're going to battle it out right down to the wire here. And Elm Grove West Wind is going to get up to get the job done here this afternoon. Maiden record, and it's a good one. 1:58 and 3. No Fool McKinley did a great job here this afternoon. Race great for Kenny Arsenault. Gets the second. In there for third, that is the 4, Tobin's Party. And for 4th, that's the 2, Woodmere Expedia. So 3-1-4-2 unofficially in the afternoon's 6th race. And we'll see Elm Grove West Wind with David Dowling back in the Red Shores winner circle next.
Elm Grove Rest Win. Moving to the 6th race, Winner's Circle. Bay Pacing Colt 2 by Stonebridge Terror from the race in Hanover Dam, Elm Grove, Dallas. Owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale and James Quinn of York. Colt bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. David Dowling has the training double today. David Dowling has the driving triple this afternoon. And the colt will pace to a maiden record of 158-3. Elm Grove Rest Win in the Joe O'Brien at Charlottetown. Here's the official results now in race 6. No Fool McKinley was second. Woodmere Expedia fourth. Elm Grove Rest Win the winner. Tobin's Party third. Proud of You Today was fifth. They went 28-3, 59-1. 128-4, and the mile 158-3. In review, it's 241-35. Elm Grove Rest Win paid $10.90. The Exactor $58.30. Triactor $131.30. Superfactor $36.87.
Red Shores is now featured in 9 PEI hotels for the 2022 season. Guests receive a promotional pay package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our rewards club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, the Holiday Inn, the Delta Prince Edward, and more. And we'll roll the picks into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. I like a 5-2-8 in here, as does Post Time Picks. And the classifier's choice is 5-1-2 in the upcoming 7th race. The horses and drivers will be on the track in a couple of moments.
Grand Dab Legend on the 7th race post parade, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault. Deborah Wilson and Barry McLeod, trained by Thane Arsenault. Kenny Murphy catch drives. 2 Jeb, owned by Robbie Hughes, Blair and Eric McLaughlin. Jason Hughes, the trainer driver. 3 Luigi Bizzacco is owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington. Stephen Murphy trains and drives. 4 is Scratch. 5 I See True Grit, owned by Joey Glenn of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson. Jill's Burial. Wims Drop Off 6, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie. Miles Heffernan. Zach the Men, number 7, owned by Michael McDonald of Vernon Bridge. GWR Visser Farm of Orwell, trained by Michael McDonald. Mark Campbell. 8 is Spack Jarrow, owned by Mike Slana from Belfast, trained by Raymond White. Corey McPherson drives. 9 and 10 are out. 3 minutes wagering time on the 7th race. Back to the broadcast desk with Rocky Stearman and the race date recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
The race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. In the afternoon's first race, we saw Rockin' Hussey go to the front, 29.5, 59 and 1, down to 3/4 and 129, and it's going to get the job done here for $10,875, 159 and 2. That was a new race win record for Miles Heffernan in the driver's seat. Triactor 176, $393.60. In the second race, Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old Colts in the gold division for $18,600. Starship Glide for David Dowling, 157 and 1. 4th career win from 8 tries. Up for second, the 3 Tobin's Profit in there for third. Bacon on a Biscuit, the Triactor, $7.20. In the third race, the Happy Birthday Liam Myers Pace. We saw Roll with Hottie Toddy go to the front, 27 and 3, 57, 125 and 3, 154 and 1, 3 in a row, 6th of the season. Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. Triactor 748, $28.70. In the fourth race, Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old Colts gold division for $18,600. Malignity with Paul Angel, 3 wide move up the backstretch. Gets the job done, 156 and 4, 7th win from 9 tries. Here this afternoon, Tractor 421, $6.20. In the fifth race, Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies in the gold division for $21,750. In between horses, you're going to see Elm Grove Red Wine with David Dowling get the job done here today. 158 and 3, new race win record. Our Girl Annie second, Marina Del Rey in there for third. And in the sixth race, you just saw No Fool McKinley go to the front, tries to wire them here, just gets collared on the end of it as David Dowling gets his third win, this time with Elm Grove Rest Wind, 158 and 3. The Triactor 314, $131.30. That's the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Let's go up to the track for the afternoon's 7th race. Landing on the 5 in here, I See True Grit, 10-year-old by no pan intended. For Joey Gallant of Charlottetown, Ronnie Matheson, the trainer, Jill Barrio back in the driver's seat here this afternoon. The last start here, September 17th, head post 6, finished 4. Race timed in 1:57.58 flat. Closed it out in 29 and 1 for Kenny Murphy. 2 wins this season from 17 tries, 156 and 2, season's best right here at Charlottetown. I See True Grit, post 5 with Jill Barrio. Right now your current choice at 1-4. And there we see the classy old campaigner Jeb from post 2. He's a 10-year-old black horse for Robbie Hughes, Blair and Eric McLaughlin. Jason Hughes, the trainer and the driver. This Camluck horse raced here September the 17th, post 3, finished 3, race timed 1:58.1, closed it out in 29.4. 36 career wins. He's still looking for the first one this season. Post 2 today for Jeb with Jason Hughes, 2-1. And there we get a look at the 8, Spack Jarrow, 6-year-old by Ameripan Gigolo for Mike Slana of Belfast. He's also the breeder. Raymond White, the trainer, and Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. The last start was September the 17th right here at Charlottetown. Post 6, finished 4. Race time 1:58.3, closed it out in 30.1. He's making just his 6th start of the season today. He's looking for his first win. Spack Jarrow from post 8 with Corey McPherson, 5-1. Seventh race of the afternoon, scratched down to a field of 7. They are moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Grandad Legend, Jeb Luigi Bizzacco. I See True Grit, Wims Drop Off. Zach the Men, Spack Jarrow was scratched down to a field of 7 in the 7th. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing I See True Grit, Jeb leaving out Grandad Legend at the rail, guarding the cones into the turn. Crossing over 4th, that is Zach the Men. Away 5th is Luigi Bizzacco. Off stride on the lead. Grandad Legend makes a rare break early, so to the backstretch they go, and I See True Grit for Joe Barrio, the heavy favorite, on the lead. Racing second is Jeb, dropping in 3rd, Zach the Men, then 4th. That is Luigi Bizzacco. Wims Drop Off in 5th. Spack Jarrow 6th. Trailing 7th. Grandad Legend 28 seconds flat opened it up. I See True Grit in unfamiliar territory. Right on a choo-choo here. Going past the 3/8. Jeb getting the 2-hole ride. Here comes Luigi Bizzacco. Starting up on the outside to take over 3rd. Racing 4th is Zach the Men. On the outside 5th is Wims Drop Off. 3rd over 6 is Spack Jarrow. Trailing 7th, that is Grandad Legend. They're halfway home, and Barrio looks for a second quarter breather, and he got it. 58-3 was the half. Just 30-3 in the second quarter. On by the 5/8, I See True Grit, the leader. On the outside at long odds, Luigi Bizzacco challenging. Racing 3rd is Jeb. Zach the Men coming to the outside 4th. Spack Jarrow takes over 5th. Wims Drop Off 6th. Grandad Legend 7th. 3/4 in the books. I See True Grit in 1:27 flat with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. I See True Grit looking to close it out. Jeb at the rail awaiting the passing lane 2nd. Luigi Bizzacco 3rd. Deep stretch now. I See True Grit. Jeb up the inside is coming. Jeb and the Blue Knight just got it all. I See True Grit was 2nd. Spack Jarrow 3rd. Time for the mile, 1:57 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon 7th race, brought to you by Universal Media. I See True Grit went to the front. Unfamiliar territory, as Vance said. 28 seconds to the quarter. The half up 58-3. Rolled through 3/4 of 127 flat. Jeb was following right along in the 2-hole. And you're going to see great shot here by Universal Media. Jeb and I See True Grit are going to battle through the stretch. But Jeb, 36 lifetime wins. He makes it 37. His first of the season. Gets the job done today. 157 flat. I See True Grit just get beat at the wire for second. In for third, that is the 8 Spack Jarrow. And Zach the Men from post 7 gets fourth. 2-5-8-7 unofficially in the afternoon's 7th race. We'll see Jeb with Jason Hughes back in the Red Shores winner's circle next.
Jeb will arrive at the 7th race winner's circle. Pacing Black Stallion, the 10-year-old son of Cam Luck, is off the Western Hanover Dam. Keystone Treasure, owned by Robbie Hughes, Blair and Eric McLaughlin. Trained by Jason Hughes. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has his second winner for the double today. Top of the mile in 157. Jeb doubles up the Blue Knight in the 7th. Here's the official results in the 7th. Grandad Legend 6, Jeb the winner. Luigi Bizzacco 5th. The Fox was scratched. I See True Grit was 2nd. Wim's Drop-Off 7th. Zach the Men 4th. Spack Jarrow was 3rd. 9 and 10 were scratched. The fractions were 28. 58-3. 127. And the mile 157. In review 615. Scratch 2-7, 4-3, scratched. Jeb paid $9.90 to win. Exactor $32.70, Triactor $81.60, Superfecta $44.81.
Red Shores with Park After Dark presents hypnotist Jason Cyrus November 5th. Tickets are available at eastleaguecenter.com. And we'll roll the picks into the screen for the upcoming 8th race, Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division for $9,300. I like 1, 2, 6 in here. Post time picks likes 1, 2, 3. And the classifier's choice is 2, 6, 1. In the upcoming 8th race, the horses and drivers will be on the track in a moment.
Eighth race, a division of the O'Brien. Redland Sampson won. The owners are Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Cliff Murphy trains, Kenny Murphy driving. J.J. Landon 2 is owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Gilles Barrio. Sioux Warrior 3 is owned by Walter Deagle and Brady McDougall of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Brady does the training. Redmond Doucette drives. Bound to Pan Out 4 is owned by A Matter of Time, stable of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Adam Murner. 5 is Bad Boy Boogie, owned and trained by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station, Mike McGuigan. Nibbler 6, owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, and Joseph Gamba from Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 8, the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, this Friday at Crapo Exhibition Grounds. To view all the information on the horses in the sale, visit www.atlantic-classic.com.
And there we see on the screen the picture for the Drive for Charity, Mark Campbell and Ocean 100's Jennifer Evans, along with Sergeant Derek Barrow. Great shot. Let's go to the track for the afternoon's 8th race. Exactor, Superfecta, Tractor, Win Place, and Show wagering. Don't forget you can tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. It's the Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. Landing on the rail sitter in here, that is Redland Sampson. 2-year-old by Artspeak for Roddy Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Cliff Murphy, the trainer. Mr. Kenny Murphy is in the driver's seat. 2-race winning streak for this colt. The last start was here in the PEI Colt Stakes on September the 10th. Head post 5, wire-to-wire winner, 159-4, closed it out 29-2. And the start before that, a record performance for him. September the 3rd, right here, head the rail. Wire-to-wire winner by 5 1/4 lengths, 158-4. Closed it out in 30 seconds flat. Redland Sampson on the rail today with Mr. Murphy. Your current choice at 3 to 5.
Down to your final call to purchase a 50-50 draw ticket on the afternoon's program. Right now, $550 going to go to the winner. And this is your final call to purchase a 50-50 ticket.
There's a look at the 2, J.J. Landon, 2-year-old colt by Tobago Case for David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, Jill Berrio, the trainer and the driver. The last start was here September 10th, PEI Colt Stakes, Post 2, finished 3. Race timed in 2 minutes flat, closed it out 29-4. The start before that, August 28th at Summerside, the Joe O'Brien Grassroots, Post 6, finished 2, race timed 1:59-3, closed it out in 29-2. Just his 6th lifetime start today. Looks for that maiden win. J.J. Landon with Jill Berrio. Good odds, 7-1. And there we see the 6, Nibbler, 2-year-old by Stonebridge Terror for Greyland Farm of Gull Shore, and Joseph Gamba of Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell, the trainer and the driver. The last start was here September 17th. Post 2, finished 2, just beat ahead. Race time 2:01-4, closed it out 31-2 for Corey McPherson. Start before that was here September the 10th, PEI Colt Stakes, Post 6, finished 2, just beat by quarter of a length. Race timed 1:59-4, closed it out 29 seconds flat for Mark Campbell. 8th lifetime start this afternoon. He's looking for that first win. Nibbler from Post 6 with Mark Campbell, 9-2. A field of 6. Moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center, starting 8 for the afternoon's 8th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial, 2-year-old Colts, Grassroots Division. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Redland Sampson, J.J. Landon, Sioux Warrior, Bound to Pan Out, Bad Boy Boogie, Nibbler, half a dozen noses moving up on the gate here in the 8th race of division of the O'Brien. Travel to stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing J.J. Landon leaving out. Redland Sampson along the rail. Third one to the turn is Sioux Warrior. Then racing between horses in 4th. Bad Boy Boogie check 4th between horses, Bound to Pan Out. Then on the outside 5th, that's Nibbler, and the trailer is Bad Boy Boogie. They're on the backstretch, led to the opening quarter. The post-time favorite, Redland Sampson, and Kenny Murphy has him right on the choo-choo, leading by 2. Second is J.J. Landon. Back into 3rd is Sioux Warrior. Now 4th, Bound to Pan Out. 5th is Nibbler, and trailing the field, Bad Boy Boogie, 28 and 3 opened it up. 1 straight back to 6 in straight alignment at the 3/8. On the point, Redland Sampson, the fraction setter. J.J. Landon getting the 2-hole ride. Sioux Warrior comes out of the turn 3rd, racing 4th, bound to pan out. Nibbler is 5th, trailing 6. Bad Boy Boogie, they're halfway home. Redland Sampson, the midway point leader. That is J.J. Landon racing 2nd. The half mile, 59 and 1. Into the paddock turn, they approach the 5/8, led by Redland Sampson. J.J. Landon 2nd. On the outside, bound to pan out, is picked up 3rd. Sioux Warrior now 4th. Nibbler on the outside 5th. Trailing the field, that is Bad Boy Boogie. They're over to 3/4, a 2-length advantage for Redland Sampson. Second, J.J. Landon between horses. 3rd, that is bound to pan out. 4th at the rail, Sioux Warrior. Nibbler has 5th. Bad Boy Boogie 6th. 3/4, 128 and 3. They turn for home. Redland Sampson trying to make every call a winning one. J.J. Landon coming up the inside 2nd. At the rail 3rd is Sioux Warrior. Redland Sampson takes Kenny Murphy all the way in the O'Brien. 2nd looked to be J.J. Landon. Bad Boy Boogie was closing up 3rd. The mile 1:59 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 8th race. Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. Redland Sampson in his young career just made it 3 in a row, and he's now 3 for 4 lifetime as he goes to the front to the quarter in 28-3, the half up 59 and 1, down to 3/4 128 and 3. And Kenny Murphy just sitting chilly in the bike, as Kurt Hughes would say. Gets the job done, 159 flat. That is now 3 in a row for this 2-year-old Artspeak Colt. Up for 2nd, that is the 2, J.J. Landon. You can't see him on your screen there. And the 5, you're not going to see either yet. Bad Boy Boogie with Mike McGuigan gets up there for 3rd, with Sioux Warrior 4th, 1-2-5-3 unofficially in the afternoon's 8th race. And we'll see Redland Sampson with Mr. Murphy in the Red Shores winner circle next.
Redland Sampson arriving at the 8th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Arch Peak from the Umbro McIntosh Dam, Lady Sometimes, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. The colt bred by Arnold Hagen of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Cliff Murphy and driven to victory by Kenny Murphy, and the colt now has 3 in a row. Today, 159. Redland Sampson in the Joe O'Brien stake. Here's the official results in race 8. Redland Sampson the winner. J.J. Landon second. Sioux Warrior fourth. Bound to Pan Out sixth. Bad Boy Boogie third. Nibbler was fifth. They went 28 and 3, 59 and 1. 128 and 3, and the mile 159. In review, 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 5. Redland Sampson 320. Exactor $13, Triactor $72.60, and the Superfactor $34.09.
Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination offers exciting table games, including blackjack, baccarat, and ultimate Texas Hold'em. Table games have moved back to the casino floor at Redshores, Charlottetown, open daily from 5 p.m. until close. Go to Redshores.ca for more details.
Popularity leads the 9th race on Post Parade, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers. Mark Campbell drives. 2, Brumby is owned by Five Guys Horses and Lies of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Adam Murner. Winsong Quincy 3, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, Jason Hughes. George's Credit 4, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, Stephen Shepard. Keeper Floored number 5, owned by Wendy and Chris McRae of Belfast, trained by Roger McRae, Kenny Arsenault. What's Up Doc number 6, owned by John McClellan of Mabou, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr.'s in the sulky. 7 is Dividend Day, owned by Tim Driscoll, Mitchell Rogelveen, and Robbie McMillan. Brad Smith trains and drives. Painted Pony 8, Corey McPherson in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Raymond White of Belfast. There's 3 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. For upcoming events, promotions, and Park After Dark, go to Redshores.ca.
It's a great shot by Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. The show photo from the afternoon's 8th race, as we saw Bad Boy Boogie get up over Sioux Warrior here this afternoon in the 8th race. Let's go to the track for the afternoon's 9th race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 2, Brumby, 3-year-old by Peng Shui for 5 Guys, Horses and Lies of Charlottetown. Jamie Smith is the trainer. Adam Murner in the driver's seat. The last start was here, September the 10th, PEI Colt Stake for $13,100. Post 2, finish 2, just beat by 3/4 of a length. Race timed 1:55 flat, closed it out in 28-1. The start before that was here September the 3rd. Post 3 was a winner by 3/4 of a length, 1:55-1. New race win record, closed it out 29 seconds flat. Brumby from Post 2 with Adam Murner, your current choice at 1-5.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Today valued at $624. The winning number, A2430576. Today's 50-50 winning number for $624. A2430576. Good luck.
There's a look at the rail sitter in here. That is Poplar Artie, 6-year-old by Mach 3 for Matthew and Liam Myers of Stratford. Lenny Myers, the trainer. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. The last start was here September 17th from Post 3, finished 3. Race time 1:57-1, closed it out 28-3. The start before that here September the 10th, had the rail, finished 4th. Race timed 1:55-4, closed it out in 29-2. 22 starts on the season, 5 wins, including a 1:56-3 season's best. Right here at Charlottetown. Poplar Artie on the rail today for Mark Campbell, 7-2. And there we get a look at the 4, George's Credit, 5-year-old black horse by Up the Credit for Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. Philip the trainer and Stephen Shepard in the driver's seat. Last start September 17th right here. Had the rail, finished 6th, race time 1:57-3. Closed it out 31 seconds flat. Has a win from 27 tries this year, 1:56-3. Record taken at Flamborough Downs. George's Credit from Post 4 with Stephen Shepard. Good odds, 14-1. A full field of 8 moving in behind the Metro Home Building Centre starting gate for this afternoon's 9th race. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Poplar Artie, Brumby, Winsong Quincy, George's Credit, Keeper Floored, what's up, Doc? Dividend Day, Painted Pony. 8 of them across the gate here in the 9th. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Poplar Artie leaving out. Brumby is second. Winsong Quincy third into the turn. George's Credit will get away fourth. Racing from fifth is Keeper Floored on the outside for sixth. That is What's Up Doc. Then seventh is Dividend Day, and Painted Pony is the trailer. A complete field of 8. They got away in programmed order here. On the backstretch they go. Campbell leads it aboard Poplar Artie. In the 2-hole, that is Brumby. Back into third, Winsong Quincy. George's Credit goes fourth. Keeper Floored fifth. What's Up Doc sixth. Here's the quarter. 28 seconds flat. Now seventh is Dividend Day. Trailing eighth is Painted Pony. They come off the turn. They're in straight alignment in here. And on the point, Poplar Artie the leader on Brumby. Winsong Quincy continues third. George's Credit fourth. Keeper Floored in fifth. What's Up Doc sixth. Dividend Day is seventh. Trailing the field eighth is Painted Pony. Halfway home in the 9th, led by Poplar Artie. 57 and 3. Racing second is Brumby around the turn third. That is Winsong Quincy. George's Credit fourth. Keeper Floored on the cones fifth. What's Up Doc on the outside? He's sixth. Racing seventh. Dividend Day trailing eighth. Painted Pony 3/4 comes next. Poplar Artie to get him there. Brumby's getting a textbook 2-hole ride. Winsong Quincy third. Moving fourth. That is Keeper Floored. 3/4 in the books in 1:26 and 3. Homeward bound, led by Poplar Artie. Brumby coming to the outside. Keeper Floored is into third. Deep stretch. Now Poplar Artie almost there. Brumby not enough. Poplar Artie and Campbell all the way. Brumby was second. Keeper Floored rallied up to be third. The time for the mile in 1:55.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 9th race, brought to you by Universal Media. Poplar Artie used the rail control to his advantage today. Went right down the road, 28 flat to the quarter, 57 and 3 to the half, down to 3/4 in 1:26 and 3. And Brumby sitting right in the 2-hole, but as Vance said, not enough, as Poplar Artie goes right to his record today, 1:55 and 3. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat, Brumby in there for second. Keeper Floored raced well this afternoon. Kenny Arsenault gets the third. In there for fourth, that is the 3, Winsong Quincy, 1:2.53, unofficially in the afternoon's 9th race. And we'll see Poplar Artie and Mark Campbell back in the Red Shores winner's circle next.
Well, if you're going to have a birthday on a race day, you may as well have a trip to the winner's circle, and that's what Liam Myers is doing on his birthday here at the driving park. on this Super Saturday. Poplar Artie's in the winner's circle, bay facing Gelding 6, but Mach 3. Off the Western Hanover Dam, Only Way to Go. Owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers and Mark Campbell. Had him on top at every call, right to his record, 155-3. Poplar Artie in the 9th. Now the official results in the 9th. Poplar Artie the winner. Brumby was 2nd. Winsong Quincy 4th. George's Credit 5th. Keeper Floored was 3rd. What's Up Doc 8th. Dividend Day was 6th. Painted Pony finished 7th. Fractions were 28. 57-3. 126-3. And the mile 155-3. In review, it's 1-2-4. 5-3-8-6-7. Poplar Artie 760. The exactor was 830. The triactor 5420. Superfecta 1241.
Just to note that next weekend during Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, Memory Lane will return to the room at the end of the hall in the second level of the grandstand. Horsemen and women and fans are invited to drop off their scrapbooks and photo albums to display during the weekend. Materials may be dropped off to volunteers in the Memory Lane room, former poker room, during Thursday evening's race card or next Saturday. Red Shores is now featured in 9 PEI hotels for the 2022 season. Guests receive a promotional play package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our rewards club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, Holiday Inn, Delta Prince Edward, and more. And we'll slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. I like a 2-1-4 in here. Post-time picks and the classifier both like 2-1-3. In the upcoming 10th race, the horses and drivers will be on the track in a moment.
The 10th race entering the track on post parade. Number 1 Emperor is owned and trained by Jeff Lewis of Moncton, New Brunswick. Corey McPherson will drive. Jason Hughes does the post parade. Slide Guitar 2 is owned by David Dowling and Brittany Watts of Springvale. David trains and drives. Just Call Me Doc 3 is owned by Gordon and Douglas Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. West Coast Kid number 4 is owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and Colton Profit. Trained by Philip Kelly, Kenny Arsenault drives. 5 Mick Dundee, Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, the owner, trainer, and driver. Buddies in Virgin 6, owned by Kimball Burnett of Charlottetown, trained by Tom Weatherby, Mark Bradley. Hemingway 7, owned by Melissa Rennie, Beth McPherson, and Abby Claw. Melissa is the trainer, driven by Adam Murner. Bonita Sunshine 8, owned by Boyd White of Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy's above the wheels. Only 3 minutes wagering time on race 10. For race replays, additional chart lines, and more, visit Redshores.ca.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Let's go to the track for the afternoon's 10th race. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show Wagering. Don't forget you can tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the rail sitter in here, that's Emperor, 9-year-old by Ponder for Jeff Lewis of Moncton, New Brunswick. He's also the trainer. Corey McPherson gets the call to drive today. The last start at Summerside, September 19th from post 6, finished 4th. Race timed 1:57.4. Closed it out in 29.4. 20 starts on the season, has 2 wins, including a 1:58.3 season's best at Summerside. Emperor on the rail today for Corey McPherson. Right now, 3-1. And there we get a look at the 3. Just Call Me Doc, 4-year-old by Steelhead Hanover for Gordon, Douglas Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford is the trainer and the driver. The last start here, September 17th, post 7, finished 3, just beat by half a length. Race timed 1:55.3. He closed it out in 28.4. 4 wins from 17 tries on the season, including a new record of 1:54.2, taken right here at Charlottetown. Just Call Me Doc with Keith Ford, your current choice at 2-5. I'd like to welcome the Campbell family to the center field this afternoon. They're here for the Richard Campbell Memorial coming up in race number 15 this afternoon. And there we can look at the 5. Mick Dundee's an 8-year-old by Canadian now for Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, he's the owner, the trainer, the driver, and the breeder. Last start was here September 17th, post 5, finished 4th, race timed 1:58.3, closed it out in 30.3. If you look 3 down to that start, August 27th here, post 4 was a winner, 1:57.1, closed it out in 30 seconds flat. He has 2 wins from 19 tries, 1:56.1 season's best, right here at Charlottetown. Mick Dundee from post 5 with Donnie McNeil, good odds, 8-1. Full field of 8. Moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the afternoon's 10th race. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Emperor, Slide Guitar, Just Call Me Doc, West Coast Kid, Mick Dundee, Buddies and Virgins, Hemingway, Bonita's Sunshine Outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing on the rail. Emperor, the first one out. Just Call Me Doc, second. Dropping in to be third is Slide Guitar. Mick Dundee is fourth. Into the turn, racing fifth is West Coast Kid. Then in sixth, Buddies and Virgins. Hemingway is seventh. Then the trailer, Bonita's Sunshine, eighth. To the backstretch they go. Emperor in line to Corey McPherson. On the lead, Just Call Me Doc, the heavy favorite, set up for the 2-hole ride. Racing from third, that's Slide Guitar. Mick Dundee took the seat, fourth. Now in fifth is West Coast Kid. Sixth up the rail, Buddies and Virgins. Hemingway seventh. Bonita's Sunshine eighth. 28 seconds flat. The opening quarter mile, one straight back to 8 as they come off the turn, led by Emperor. Racing from second is Just Call Me Doc. Slide Guitar watches it all third, alone fourth. That is Mick Dundee. West Coast Kid is coming to the outside fifth. He'll flush the cover now of Mick Dundee. On the cones, Buddies and Virgins races sixth. Then in seventh, that's Hemingway, trailing on the outside. Bonita's Sunshine, 57 and 2 for half a mile. They're rounding the paddock turn for the second time, led by Emperor. Just Call Me Doc. The textbook 2-hole ride is second. Third up the rail, Slide Guitar. Moving up fourth on the outside, that is Mick Dundee. West Coast Kid is taken over fifth. On the cone sixth, Buddies and Virgins. Then Bonita's Sunshine. Hemingway at the rail eight. 3/4 up in 1. 26 and 1. Approaching the 7/8. Emperor the leader. Just Call Me Doc coming to the outside for the stretch drive. In at the rail third, Slide Guitar. Down the stretch they come. Just Call Me Doc off the textbook 2-hole ride. A going away winner for Bim Ford. Second is Emperor. West Coast Kid rallied up to be third. The time for the mile, 1:55.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 10th race, brought to you by Universal Media. And we saw Emperor on the lead today, 28 seconds to the quarter. down to the half in 57-2. 3/4, 126-1, and sitting pretty right in the 2-hole. That's Just Call Me Doc with Keith Ford, and he pounces on the leader here. Just sitting chilly, as Kurt Hughes would say, is Keith Ford in the bike here today. 155-4. The horse's 5th win of the season, 9th career. Emperor in there for 2nd. West Coast Kid comes through for Kenny Arsenault for 3rd. And for 4th, that's the 2, Slide Guitar. 3-1-4-2 unofficially. Great shot there by Universal Media as Just Call Me Doc is all alone here in the 10th. And we'll see him back in the Red Shores winner's circle next.
Just Call Me Doc, arriving at the 10th race winner's circle. Bay-pacing stallion. He's the 4-year-old son of Steelhead Hanover from the Yankee Leader Dam, MD Casey's Charm. Owned by Gordon, Douglas Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. Keith training and driving the mile 155-4. Just Call Me Doc in the 10th. Here's the official results now in race 10. Emperor was 2nd, Slide Guitar 4th. Just Call Me Doc, the race winner. West Coast Kid 3rd. Mick Dundee was 8th. Buddies and Virgins 5th. Hemingway finished 7th. Bonita's Sunshine was 6th. Fractions of 28, 57-2. 126-1, and the mile 155-4. From the top, 241. 385-76. Just Call Me Doc at 270. The Exactor 350, Triactor 2770, and the Superfecta was 805.
October's theme at the top of the park is Fall Harvest. Three-course meal consisting of fall favorites for $29.95. And we'll roll the picks into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. I like a 3-4-7 in here. Post time picks 3-1-4. And the classifier's choice 3-4-1. In the upcoming 11th race, the horses and drivers will be on the track in a moment.
The afternoon's 11th race on the track for the post parade. Ashes to Ashes 1, owned by Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone. Trained by Ron Matheson. Jill's Barrio driving. Tempo Seals to 2 is owned by Gary Polton and Dewar Burhall of Charlottetown. Trained by Gary Polton. Mark Bradley catch drives. Soul Assassin 3, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, and Roger Burns. Trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Sam McKee, Hanover 4, Corey McPherson driving for owner-trainer Troy Murray of Clyde River. Cindy McDonald of Montague, the owner. Jeff Holmes, the trainer. Redmond Doucette drives today. 5 is Fernhill Dynamic. Owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Jennifer Doyle. Driven by Jason Hughes. 6, Winter Blast. Good Eye Hawkeye 7, owned by Carl Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Trained by Carl Wilkie. Mark Campbell. 8, Pictonian I Am is owned by Robert Phillips of Belfast and Mark Golan of Summerside. Trained by Robert Phillips. Kenny Murphy's in the sulky. 3 minutes wagering time in race number 11. Super Stakes card ready for Summerside tomorrow, along with the Atlantic Age Mares Pacing Series, presented by Standard Bred Canada. Opening post time, 1 o'clock.
And there's a great picture of, for the Drive for Charity, driver Dale Spence, Lee Drake from Red Shores, and Stuart Hickox from United Way. Great shot. Let's go to the track for the afternoon's 11th race. There's a look at the 3. Soul Assassin, 3-year-old by Malicious for Windermere Farms. Hollis Newson, Roger Burns. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, the trainer. David Dowling looks for his 4th win here this afternoon. And Soul Assassin looks for his 4th win of the season, 3rd in a row. Last start was here, September the 10th, PEI Colt Stakes. Post 3 was a winner, 155-3. A new race win record, closed it out 29-1. 13 starts on the season. As I said, 3 wins and over $18,000 in the bank. Soul Assassin, post 3 today with David Dowling, 8-5. And there's a look at the 4, Sam McKee Hanover, 5-year-old by Sports Writer for Troy Murray of Clyde River. Corey McPherson's in the driver's seat today. Last start was here September 17th, post 3, finished 5. Race time 1:56.1, closed it out 28.2. Has a win this season from 18 starts. 1:56.1 season's best, taken here August the 15th. Closed it out 29.1 for Corey McPherson. Post 4 for Sam McKee Hanover at 5-1. And there we get a look at the 7, Good Eye Hawkeye, 7-year-old by What Do You Say for Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle Wilkie, the trainer, Mark Campbell in the driver's seat today. Last start was September the 10th here, post 8, finished 8. Race time 1:57.3, closed it out in 30.1. If you look at that line, 3 down, August the 27th here, head post 5 and finished 2, just got beat half a length. Race timed in 1:55.2, closed it out in 28.3. 17 starts on the season, has 2 wins, including a 1:55 season's best right here at Charlottetown. Good Eye Hawkeye with Mark Campbell from post 7, 6-1. And we'll have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 11th race. Ashes to Ashes on the rail for Jill Berrio at 7-2. Tempo Sealster is the 2 for Mark Bradley at 24-1. Soul Assassin from post 3 with David Dowling, your current choice at even money. Sam McKee Hanover 4 for Corey McPherson at 3-1. Fernhill Dynamic is 5 for Red Doucette at 7-1. Winter Blast is the 6 for Jason Hughes, 33-1. Good Eye Hawkeye from post 7 for Mark Campbell, 6-1. And the 8, Pictonian I Am, Kenny Murphy in the bike at 7-1. That's your field for the upcoming 11th race. Good luck with your selections. Full field of 8 lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the afternoon's 11th race. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Ashes to Ashes, Tempo Sealster, Soul Assassin, Sam McKee Hanover, Fernhill Dynamic, Winter Blast, Good Eye Hawkeye, Pictonian I Am outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, the inside trio leaving out. Ashes to Ashes, second into the turn, Tempo Sealster. To get away third is Soul Assassin. Fourth is Sam McKee Hanover. Then fifth is Fernhill Dynamic. Winter Blast, followed by Good Eye Hawkeye and Pictonian I Am. Once again, a full field of 8. They get away in programmed order. Led to the quarter, Ashes to Ashes in line to Jill Berrio. Second is Tempo Sealster. A little gapped out. Third is Soul Assassin. That's Sam McKee Hanover fourth. Fernhill Dynamic fifth. Winter Blast sixth. Good Eye Hawkeye seventh. Eighth, Pictonian I Am. 28-2 was the first quarter mile. They arrive at 3/8 in straight alignment. The full field led by Ashes to Ashes. His lead 2. Second is Tempo Sealster. Soul Assassin third. Sam McKee Hanover fourth. Continuing fifth, that is Fernhill Dynamic now coming to the outside. Winter Blast is 6th. Good Eye Hawkeye 7th. And the trailer, Pictonian I Am. 58 seconds flat for half a mile as they arrive at the 5/8. It's Ashes to Ashes, the leader on Tempo Sealster. Soul Assassin on the outside is moving up third. Fourth on the outside is Fernhill Dynamic. Racing fifth, Sam McKee Hanover. Winner Blast is sixth. Then it's Pictonian I Am at the rail. Good Eye Hawkeye. 3/4 goes to Ashes to Ashes. 1:26 and 2. 28 and 2 in that third quarter. Homeward bound they come. Ashes to Ashes looking to close it out. Soul Assassin on the outside second. In at the rail, Fernhill Dynamic to the wire next. Ashes to Ashes. Soul Assassin on the outside. Might have nailed it on the line with Ashes to Ashes way wide. Sam McKee Hanover 1:56 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 11th race. Ashes to Ashes went to the front, 28 and 2. The half up, 58. Down to 3/4, 1:26 and 2. Soul Assassin came first over. Didn't look like he was going to go very far, but he's digging in deep stretch here. Here's a great shot by Universal Media. We see Ashes to Ashes with Jill Berrio down along the rail. On your screen, you'll see Soul Assassin coming up on the outside here. It's not posted yet. It is a close photo. Looked to me like the three get up there to get it, but it's not even posted yet. It's on the line here, though. Great shot by Universal Media. It looks like the three gets up here to get the job done here today for David Dowling. If he gets that, that'll be his fourth win today. Ashes to Ashes on the line with him. And in there for third, that's Sam McKee Hanover on the far outside. Win photo.
In that win photo, it's three Soul Assassin, and he's into the 11th race winner's circle. By pacing gelding 3 by Malicious off the Camlock Dam. Mystic Eyes, owned by Windermere Farms, Aldous Newson and Roger Burns. Trainer Earl Watts has the training double. Driver David Dowling has a grand slam on this Super Saturday in Charlottetown. Fourth trip to the winner's circle. The Colt scores in 1:56 and 1. Soul Assassin in the 11th. Now the official results in the 11th, Ashes to Ashes second, Tempo Sealster was 8th. Soul Assassin the winner. Sam McKee Hanover third. Fernhill Dynamic 4th. Winter Blast was 5th. Good Eye Hawkeye 7th. Pictonian I Am 6th. Fractions of 28 and 2. 58. 126 and 2. And the mile 156 and 1. From the top, 281, 345, 76. Soul Assassin paid $420. The Exactor 910, Triactor 1460, Superfactor was $884.
October's meal and deal special at Red's Gold Cup Lounge on the casino floor will be chicken and ribs, fries, and coleslaw. Starts October the 7th. The meal is $19.95, and rewards members get $10 back in free play for any slots or table games, Lee.
Yeah, it's exciting to have that promo back, Rocky, and as you said, coming back on the Red Shores on the casino floor. And so we're looking forward to that for the month of October. And we're looking forward to the back end of this program. You guys are doing a great job here this afternoon. And, boy, lots of action still to come. We're going to slide in the picks here for race number 12 and roll through your selections here as we get ready for the Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old fillies. They go for a purse of $10,875.
I like a 1-4-2 in here. Back post time picks likes 1-2-6, and the classifier's choice is 4-3-2 for the upcoming 12th race, Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies grassroots division for $10,875, and they'll be on the track in a moment. There's a great shot. Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission place photo from the 11th race. As you see, place photo between Ashes to Ashes and Sam McKee Hanover in the 11th race. Great shot by Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission.
The 12th race, a division of the Lady Slipper Stake. The on post parade. Number 1 is Scarlet Summer, owned by Daryl McLean of Winslow. Daryl is the trainer. Jill's Barrio driving. Salzburg Wonder 2 is owned by Sean Murphy of Charlottetown, trained by Tom Weatherby, David Dowling. Salzburg Pixie number 3, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Corey McPherson drives. Woodmere Macarena 4 is owned by Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, and Wayne McRae. Paul Angel trains and drives. 5 JJ Aurora is owned by Robert McLeod and Wayne Gildas. Robert is the trainer. Redmond Doucette driving. Next in line 6, owned by John Quinn and George Stevenson of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn, Jason Hughes. Can't Be Touched is number 7, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., with Miles Sr. in the sulky. You have 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12. Race Day Live continues next with Rocky Skierman and Lee Drake.
Every kitchen is a restaurant. Ish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries. Every kitchen is a restaurant. Ish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries.
And a special thank you going out to Cavendish Farms for their continued support in the Atlantic Sire Stakes, and they'll be part of the big weekend coming up next weekend with the Atlantic Breeders' Crown. You're with Lee Drake, Rocky Skierman, and Vance Cameron, and we roll along on this Saturday afternoon. And just before we get back into the action here, Rocky, I just want to say on behalf of David McKenzie, the general manager here at Red Shores, the entire team, all of our suppliers, and of course all the horse people who were able to make this day happen today. The race office was involved with power and then no power and then power bumps, and it's been quite a ride here since Fiona. So nice to have this program going today, and of course the program going tomorrow, and we couldn't do it without everyone working together. And we've heard that theme a lot lately, but boy, here we are again. But things are moving right along here this afternoon. Much damage in your area?
Yeah, there's quite a bit. There's a lot of trees down and stuff, and you know it's unreal. There's still thousands of people without power, including yourself, I believe. So yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get dressed in the dark. You wear the wrong socks. Anyway, ready to go here today. We look put together in here. Letty Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies. Let's head to the track here. This is Scarlet Summer for Gilles Barrio, who was 7 wins away from 5,000. Daryl McLean is the trainer and the owner here today. Gets off the rail, 5 for 7 in top threes, includes 3 victories. Barrio back in the bike. He had a good luck with her from the pole back in the Lady Slipper on August 28th, Rocky.
Yeah, absolutely. Had the 3-hole there and the grassroots on the 28th, post 3, wired them 2 minutes flat, closed it out 29-4, and then qualified on September the 17th here at Charlottetown. Had the rail and finished second, 2:02 for Daryl McLean. I like that start. On August the 11th, right here at Charlottetown, had the rail and finished second. Just got beat by 3/4 of a length for Daryl McLean. 1:58.3 her mile. Closed it out in 30 flat. Has the rail today. Scarlet Summer with Gilles Barrio on the bike. Right now, 8-5.
Okay, here's a look at the 4 now. This is Woodmere Macarena and Paul Langell training and driving today for Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, and Wayne McRae. They've had some great horses over the years. And gets a great starting point today, Rocky, and her last couple of trips were in 2 minutes and change. So that's should put her in the mix here today, and I think the bettors are on board here too.
Absolutely. She's showing some miles, as you said. 2 minutes. Shows 1:59.1. The last start of Truro in the Phil Pinckney, September 16th. Head post 6 and finished 6. Race time 2 minutes 3/5. Closed it out in 29-2. This is just her 7th lifetime start here this afternoon. She got a great spot to work from as well. Woodmere Macarena from post 4. Paul Langell had a big win already today. He's in the driver's seat. Right now they are 9-2.
All right, so there's a look at the 7-5 choice right now. This is Salzbrook Wonder. David Dowling having a great day here in Charlottetown. He's already got 4 victories for the Grand Slam here today. Teams up with trainer Tommy Weatherby and owner Sean Murphy out of Charlottetown. And she could be a bit of a risky play here, Rocky, with some of the X's on the page, but her last 2 were clean, and she can sprint home too.
Yeah, especially that one here on September the 10th in a PEI Cold Stake. Had the rail and just got beat by a head. Race time 1:58.4. Closed it out 29 flat. David Dowling was in the bike for that one, and he's back in the bike this afternoon. Post 2 for Salzbrook Wonder. Dowling looking for 5 this afternoon, and right now they're your current choice at even money.
There's a look at Can't Be Touched in the center field right now, going for a little stroll in there, just trying to keep calm here for this 2-year-old filly, Miles Heffernan Sr., in the bike here today. And while we have a minute, Rocky, I just want to say that we talked about Fiona and all the damage that's been happening. We have had some damage to our simulcast area. That's the satellite sections in both tracks, both Summerside and Charlottetown. So what's happening there is we have the dishes have been actually impacted, and so we're not able to get the off-track signal in to those properties. Now you can place your bets and you can print your programs off and those kind of things, and I know a lot of players are using their HBI accounts, but just to notice there, we are working on that. Don't have a timeline on it yet, but it's just one of those things that you got to deal with when you get through a hurricane. So the great news is that we're able to use those circuits that we put in play, and we're able to broadcast our signal out here today, and so players all the online platforms are able to get in on the action, so that's good news.
Yeah, it's a good job you put those circuits in, as you mentioned earlier there today when we were talking that, if you hadn't put those in on site, we wouldn't be getting our product out today. So
that's right. It's one of those things, you make those investments, you never really know what what's gonna when you need them the most. But you might have noticed that the satellite truck wasn't here this year on grounds, and that's because we work with UMI and get the circuit out. But that is one impact of our customers right now that we're well aware of, and we're working digitally to try to get that completed, but it's not completed yet.
The afternoon's 12th race, Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies grassroots division for a purse of $10,875. 7 horses lining up behind the gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Scarlet Summer, Salzbrook Wonder, Salzbrook Pixie, Woodmere Macarena, JJ Aurora. Next in line, Can't Be Touched. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Scarlet Summer at the rail will lead them out. Coming from the outside is JJ Aurora second. The third one to the turn on the outside. Can't Be Touched. Then away fourth up the rail is Salzbrook Wonder. On the outside, next in line, fifth on the cone, Salzbrook Pixie. And the trailer, that is Woodmere Macarena. So they're on the backstretch. Scarlet Summer for Barrio. Looking for a friend to drop in second is JJ Aurora. And that friend is Can't Be Touched, now third. Racing fourth up the rail is Salzbrook Wonder. Now fifth is next in line. Away in sixth is Salzbrook Pixie. Trailing the field, Woodmere Macarena. On by that opening quarter, 29-4. And on the point, it's Scarlet Summer, the fraction setter. Racing second is JJ Aurora. Then in third, as they move towards the half mile, is Can't Be Touched. Salzbrook Wonder races fourth. Next in line, fifth. Woodmere Macarena on the outside is taken over sixth. Now trailing the field, Salzbrook Pixie. At the midway point, Scarlet Summer gets them halfway home in a minute and 2. Second on the turn, that's JJ Aurora. From the outside, third, Can't Be Touched. Moving up fourth is Salzbrook Wonder. On the cones, next in line, fifth. Woodmere Macarena has sixth. Trailing seventh, that is Salzbrook Pixie as they arrive at three-quarters next. Scarlet Summer on the rail, the leader. 3 high, here comes Salzbrook Wonder up to challenge that leader. Third up the rail is JJ Aurora, moving up 3 wide fourth. Woodmere Macarena, 3/4 in the books in 1 30 flat. They're down to an eighth of a mile to come. And Salzbrook Wonder on the outside has put her head in front. Scarlet Summer now second. Woodmere Macarena, JJ Aurora. Deep stretch now as they land on the line. Scarlet Summer comes back on in between horses. Scarlet Summer. JJ Aurora is right with her in the win picture. Salzbrook Wonder's there in 2:01. Flat.
All right, well, here's another exciting stretch dive for you this afternoon in the Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old fillies, Rocky. And the one Scarlet Summer laid down all the fractions here today. But, boy, what a sprint to the finish with the 2 on the outside and the 5 on the inside.
Yeah, it was an absolute great finish here. We saw Scarlet Summer on the front, 29.4 to the quarter, the half up, a minute 2/5, down to 3/4 in 1:30 flat. And as you see here, great shot by Universal Media. Looks like the 2 is going to get up on the outside, but Scarlet Summer comes back on in the middle, and JJ Aurora down along the inside in the passing lane here. But Scarlet Summer hangs on and gets the job done. Great shot here on the line in between horses here. The 5, JJ Aurora down along the inside, and Salzbrook Wonder on the outside. But there it is, folks. You're seeing Scarlet Summer with her whisker in front on the line here. What a great shot. She gets the job done. That's her 4th win of the season, 4th career. Scarlet Summer, Gilles Barriot, 2:01 flat in there for second. That is the 5, JJ Aurora. Salzbrook Wonder is third, and the 6 next in line fourth. 1:5.26 unofficially in the afternoon's 12th race. And we'll see Scarlet Summer in the Red Shores winner circle next.
In the win photo, which won Scarlet Summer. Scarlet Summer arriving at the 12th race winner's circle, pacing Black Filly 2 by Sunshine Beach off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam. Feel the Rhythm, owned and trained by Daryl McLean of Winslow. Gilles Barriot in the driver's seat for the wire-to-wire victory in 2:01. Scarlet Summer in the Lady Slipper Stake at Charlottetown. Now the official results in the 12th. Scarlet Summer, the winner. Salzburg Wonder, third. Salzburg Pixie was sixth. Woodmere Macarena, fifth. J.J. Aurora was second. Next in line, fourth. Can't Be Touched was seventh. 29-4. 1 minute 2. 1:30. And a mile 2:01. In review, 1:36. 5:2. 4:7. Scarlet Summer paid $370. The exactor $113.60. Triactor $411. Superfecta was $108.27.
Okay, there's a look at the final odds there. The nice-looking triactor, 152, $411 here, and that payout race number 13 is coming up next. And we'll make our way back to the track in just a minute, but let's go to the next track, and that is Summerside tomorrow. Wow, Rocky, what a super stakes card tomorrow. A lot of money on the line. Post time there is 1 o'clock at Redshores Summerside.
Yeah, it's a great-looking card tomorrow. Lee Slipper and Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes for 2- and 3-year-old trotters and colts and fillies, and they're on the track for the 13th.
The 13th race on Post Parade, number 1, Sports Royalties, owned by Beth and Wendy McRae of Belfast. Wendy is the trainer, driven today by Dale Spence. Blue Monk 2 is owned by Mary Jean Noy of Clyde River. Denise Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Jay Noy. Brody McPhee drives. Selkirk Echo 3 is owned by the Selkirk Stable of Belfast, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Burial. Usurper 4, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Fernhill Gusto 5, owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 6, Melanie's Magic, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan. Kenny Murphy. Best to Her 7, owned by Neil Mose of Cornwall, trained by Neil Bambrick. Mark Bradley. 8 is Century Invictus, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart and John Collins of Brudenell. Jason Hughes trains and drives. We're down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 13. 4 minutes to post time. The 2022 Atlantic Classic Sale catalogs. They're available at the Charlottetown and Summerside race offices. And gentlemen on the race day desk, heard you mentioning Summerside tomorrow afternoon. When you add up all the prize money, guys, it's the richest day in the history of Summerside Raceway.
Well, there you go, 171,180 when you add them up. And you're right, Vance, and what a day it's going to be. Rocky, that's a sparkling purse in the Joe O'Brien stake for 3-year-old colts there.
Ooh, I guess it is $34,800, and the fillies, the goal go for $20,600. What a super card! Lay Slipper and Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes for 2- and 3-year-old trotters and 3-year-old colts and fillies, gold and grassroots division. I'm sorry, I'm going to miss it, boys. I'm going to be in Ottawa, but I will be watching online. So.
That's the beauty. We're portable.
Yeah.
You can take us anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
How about the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series as well, coming up in the 11th? It goes to post at 4 o'clock, and it's presented by Standard Canada.
And there is the photo from the 12th race, the win photo, very closely on the line here. You see the one in the middle with her whisker on the line. Great photo by Robbie Shaw, one of the judges up in the stand here today. Great shot. Atlantic Province Harness Racing Commission win photo for Scarlett Summer in the 12th race.
Okay, so we're going to make our way back out to the racetrack here in the 13th on this Saturday afternoon. Exacta, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, 20-cent Pick 4. Kicks into gear here. And, of course, if you're on track, you can take your ticket with the Wild Horses for $25. We do have an announcement in the barn area. The lost set of keys in the barnyard. That's a Hyundai set of keys, so it's if you found them, that's what we're looking for. Those keys have been lost. And maybe if you contact us or contact Tara or whoever Tara sent the note here, so maybe we'll get them back to you. So, lost set of keys there in the barnyard. All right, we're ready to go for the 2. This is Blue Monk on your screen right now. Brody McPhee driving for Jay Noy and Mary Jean Noy of Clyde River, Denise Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, as they're getting set to go here. Been racing some tough competition, holding his own. Draws the 2-hole, which will give McPhee some options in here today, Rocky, and 19.9 winning percentage from post 2 here in Charlottetown. That's a second in terms of winners, so the rail is still the top spot, but McPhee's got a good spot to work out of here today with this 4-year-old.
Yeah, and he got it done wire to wire from post 4 last time on September the 17th. Wire to wire 156-1, closed it out 28-3. That was his 8th win of the season, 13th career. He looks to do it again today. 154-4, season's best here at Charlottetown this season as well. So Blue Monk from post 2 with Brody McPhee today. Right now 2-1.
All right, there's a look at the One Sports Royalty for Wendy McRae, who's the trainer and co-owns with Beth and Ella Belfast. Dale Spence celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday, Dale. So Sports Royalty off the rail. And as I mentioned, post positions here, the rail is 119 winners from 508 starters. And that clicks a high percentage of 23.4. So if you're playing some of the stats here today, those two are holding up strong.
Yeah, Sports Royalty last start was here September 17th. He had the 5-hole and he finished 3rd. Race time 156 flat and he closed it out in 27-4. In the start before that, he finished 5th from post 7. 154-4, closed it out 28-2. Kenny Arsenault in the driver's seat. The last time Dale Spence drove this horse, August the 27th, right here, finished 4th and paced a mile in 156-4. He has 3 wins this season from 12 tries, 155-2. That was a new race win record right here at Charlottetown. So Sports Royalty's on the rail today with the birthday boy in the bike at 3-1.
Fonzie McCachran. Fonzie McCachran and Morris McCabe. You contact the Standard Bread Canada rep, please.
Here's a look at Usurpers. We're getting set to go here for the Next Generation stable at Stratford. Now in the Kenny Arsenault barn. Kenny doing the driving here today. Moves up a bit for this assignment. Has a victory in 54-3. Should be in the mix today, Rocky.
Absolutely, Lee, he could get it all too. He could go right down the road here today as he did from the 5-hole there a couple of starts ago. So It's going to be a good race, and there's 8 of them. And they're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the afternoon's 13th. Let's go back to Vance Cameron.
Sports Royalty, Blue Monk, Selkirk Echo, Usurper, Fernhill Gusto, Melanie's Magic, Baxter Hurst, Century Invictus. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing, Blue Monk leaving out. Usurper's going with him. And on the rail, Sports Royalty, the third one into the turn to get away fourth as they arrive at that opening 8th on the outside. That racing there is Fernhill Gusto. 5th up the rail, Selkirk Echo. Then Melanie's Magic is 6th, Baxter Hurst. And the trailer, Century Invictus along the backstretch. Blue Monk in line to Brody McPhee, the leader. Early company coming to call. Fernhill Gusto on the outside, and Campbell going after that leader. Usurper on the cones is third, racing from fourth. Sports Royalty sitting up here, opening quarter. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 2 open this one up. On the lead, Fernhill Gusto. Blue Monk is coming right back at him on the outside. Third up the rail is Usurper, racing fourth. That is Sports Royalty. On the cone, Selkirk Echo is fifth. On the move, sixth. That is Baxter Hurst. Century Invictus on the outside, seventh. Now the trailer at the rail, Melanie's Magic, 56 and 4. Opening half mile. Arriving at the 5/8, Blue Monk reclaim the lead. Now Usurper on the outside is up second. Third up the rail is Fernhill Gusto. Baxter Hurst on the outside has taken over fourth. Hemmed in at the rail, Sports Royalty fifth. Now in sixth, Century Invictus. Seventh is Selkirk Echo. On the outside, 8, Melanie's Magic. 3/4 and 1. 26 and 1. They're on the turn. Second and final time. Down to an 1/8 of a mile to go. Blue Monk the leader. Usurper the challenger. Baxter Hurst, the longest shot on the board, is right with them third. Deep stretch now. Fernhill Gusto on the outside. Baxter Hurst, what a shocker, and I mean a complete shocker. Baxter Hurst in line to Mark Bradley at all nines. 156-2.
All right, here's the Universal Media slow-mo for you this afternoon, Rocky. And again, another dazzling stretch drive here. And there's an old saying in harness racing, never leave the long shot out. And Bradley is now only 1 win away from 1,000.
Oh, yeah, you never leave the long shot out. I've won many races myself where I was the longest shot on the board. And, you know, Baxter Hurst just proves that. Gets up to win 156 and 2. But through the race, we saw Blue Monk on the front, then we saw Fernhill Gusto on the front, then we saw Blue Monk back again, 27-2, 56-4, 126-1, and look at this great shot by Universal Media, and we see Baxter Hurst get up to get the job done here today in 156-2, with Fernhill Gusto in there for second, Usurper is third, and in for fourth is the 2, Blue Monk, so we got 7-5-4-2 unofficially in the afternoon's 13th race. We got somebody pretty excited up here, Lee, in the top of the park. Must have had a win on the 7. And we'll see Baxter Hurst back in the Red Shores winner's circle next.
Well, Mark Bradley is going to arrive at the winner's circle for the 999th time. And what an upset he provides here in the 13th with number 7, Baxter Hurst. Bay Pacing Gelding 9 by Cam Bast from the No Nukes Dam Pinehurst Lady. O'Maneil Mose of Cornwall, trained by Neil Bambrick. Mark Bradley is in the driver's seat to guide him to a win in 156-2. Baxter Hurst in a 13th race shocker at Charlottetown. Here's the official results now in the 13th. Sports Royalty was 6th. Blue Monk 4th. Selkirk Echo was 8th. Usurper 3rd. Fernhill Gusto 2nd. Melanie's Magic was 7th. Baxter Hurst the race winner. Century Invictus 5th. 27-2. The fractions were 27-2, 56-4, 126-1, and the mile 156-2. In review, 648, 32715. Baxter Hurst paid $103.20 on the nose. The exactor was the 7-all ticket at $311.20. The triactor was the 7-5 all ticket at $486.10. There is a superfecta carryover.
You can find our race day broadcast, race replays, and even additional chart lines by going to our world headquarters at Redshores.ca and clicking on the racing tab. Watch for our new player portal coming soon to Redshores.ca.
Yeah, Redshores.ca with all that information. And Rocky, in the next little while, too, we'll have updates on what's happening with the Breeders' Crown. I know we're getting some texts on that. The families are back in the mix this year. There's a look at your mix for the next race, race number 14, and you seem to have a theme rolling there.
Yeah, we all like the 3-2, 3-2-5 for me. Post time picks 3-2-6 and the classifier 3-2-5. And the fillies will be on the track in a moment.
The 14th race on today's card is a division of the Lady Slipper Stake Gold Division. Rosetown Mary number 1, owned by Carrie and Emily Taylor of Stratford, Lisa Richards of Cornwall, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Singing Ramona number 2 is owned by Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie is the trainer, driven by Adam Murner. Redland Bethany Jean number 3, owned by Redland Farms at Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. 4 is JJ Amelia, owned by Jamie McKinley of Clyde River and James Farrow of Stratford, trained by Joe Baxter. Mark Bradley driving. 5 Rock and Roll K's, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes, Kenny Murphy. It's Up to You 6, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Jills Barrio drives. Too Much for You number 7, owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, Hollis Newson and Clyde Balderson, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Number 8, Look Over Your, owned by Philip Valley of Vernon River and Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario. Mark Campbell trains and drives. We have 3 minutes wagering time on race number 14. Race day live continues next with the top contenders.
There's a look at the Drive for Charity Holiday Edition graphic for you, and all the drivers that are competing this year, along with their businesses, the sponsors, and their charities. And so thankful to have that back. A bit of a change this year. We started in September, couldn't do it in June, but it'll be just in time for the Holiday Edition, and they're doing some great work on the track here today and throughout this campaign, which will wrap up in early December. All right, back to the track we go with the 2-year-old fillies in the Lady Slipper Stake, and they're going for a purse of $21,750. There's a look at Redland Bethany Jean, Brody McPhee driving today for trainer Tommy Weatherby, and the Redland Farms at Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. And this filly raised by Arnold Hagan. I had a great chat to him a little earlier. Pretty hard to go against here after that open length victory, Rocky, and the Phil Pinckney at Truro, which puts her in the history books, as Nick's pointed out in the post-time picks today.
Yeah, that's right, Lee. Nick says she's the fastest 2-year-old filly in the history of Atlantic Canadian harness racing. In her latest outing at Truro and the Phil Pinckney on September the 16th, had the rail and wired them by 6 1/4 in 1:54.4. Closed it out in 28.4. That was her second win from her 6th lifetime start on that night at Truro. Redland Bethany Jean from post 3. Brody McPhee in the bike. Right now, good odds, 5-1.
How about that superfecta carryover in this race? 319.25. That's the carryover for you as we work away here in the exacta 20-cent super tractor wagering. Take your ticket on track with the wild horses. As we're going now to the 2, this is Singing Ramona. Adam Murner driving for trainer Jamie Smith, and teaming up with Sock McDonald here in Charlottetown. Raised by Saki and Jamie. Saki's sister Ramona is a great singer too. This 2-year-old filly by Sports Writer closing in on $20,000 in earnings this year, and a victory today, Rocky, will push her to $27,164 in the bank account. So, boy, it's 6-5 odds right now. They're all over her.
You make me laugh sometimes. Singing Ramona. That's a great name, though. Last start was at Charlottetown, September 22nd.
I didn't come up with it.
Head the rail and wired the field in 1:56.3. That was a new race win record. Closed it out 28-2. 8 starts career, 5 wins, 8 times in the top 3, and as you mentioned, over 16,000 in the bank, Lee. Singing Ramona from post 2 is your current choice right now at 3-4.
All right, there's a look at Rock and Roll K's here, and for the hardcore racing out of Belfast. And Jeff Holmes, the trainer, Kenny Murphy doing the driving here. He's also putting together a great season, and he's part of the Drive for Charity campaign again this year. Was picking up some major shares with Barrio in the bike, but Murphy gets along great with her too, as he's driven her to 2 victories in her last 5.
Including her record of 158-1 at Summerside in the gold of the Lady Slipper on August the 28th. So 5 times in the top 3 from 5 starts, including 2 wins, over 18,000 in the bank. 157-1 in her last start right here in the PEI Coal Stakes on September the 10th. Head to rail, just get beat a neck. 157-1, closed it out in 28-4. Great spot today to work from as well. Rock and Roll K's with Mr. Murphy in the bike. Good odds, 8-1. A field of 8. In the afternoon's 14th race, Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies Gold Division, $21,750. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Rosetown Mary, Singing Ramona, Redland Bethany Jean, JJ Amelia, Rock and Roll K's, It's Up to You, Too Much for You, Look Over Your, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. And we're under a starter's recall. Starter is recalling race number 14. The windows remain open for those last-minute selections. Starter's recall. The starters recalled in the 14th charged to number 3 for interference on the 2 prior to the start.
So starter recall here on the 14th. And the Lady Slipper for 2-year-old fillies. And starter Jeff McDonald will line them up again. Frank Murphy in behind the wheel today, the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. So drivers will keep these fillies calm there and get them turned in back towards the gate.
14th race, Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies Gold Division for a purse $21,750. They're behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, take 2.
And once again, they line up from the rail out with Rosetown Mary, Singing Ramona, Redland Bethany Jean, JJ Amelia, Rock and Roll K's. It's up to you. Too much for you, and look over your top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing, Singing Ramona, the first one away. Rosetown Mary along the rail. Up third on the outside is Redland Bethany Jean coming from the far outside. Look over your fourth. Towards the rail, that's J.J. Amelia. Then racing from 6 is Rock and Roll Case. Outside 7th, it's up to you. And trailing the field, Too Much for You. So the quarter pole bound. Here comes Redland Bethany Jean up on the outside to clear the lead. In line to Brody McPhee. Racing second is Singing Ramona. Now third is Rosetown Mary. Fourth along the inside. As they go by the quarter, that's J.J. Amelia. 28 and 1. A fired-up opening quarter for the 2-year-old filly Pacers. On the point, it's Redland Bethany Jean and McPhee the leaders. Racing from second is Singing Ramona. Then in third, Rosetown Mary. On the move, fourth on the outside is Rock and Roll Case. Following her outside of fifth, it's Up to You. Moving up 6 on the outside is Too Much for You. J.J. Amelia got that Charlottetown shuffle. She's 7th, and the trailer. Look over your 58 and 4 was that opening half mile. 30 and 3, second quarter breather. Onto the backstretch they go, led by Redland Bethany Jean. Run alongside Rock and Roll Case, and they're bridle to bridle here going to 3/4. Third up the rail, Singing Ramona. Up on the outside, it's Up to You fourth. On the cones, Rosetown Mary fifth. Racing from 6, J.J. Amelia. Then Too Much for You, and the trailer. Look over your 3/4 and 1, 27 and 2, 1/8 of a mile out. Redland Bethany Jean to bring them home. Singing Ramona second. On the outside, Rock and Roll Case third. Rosetown Mary fourth. Deep in our stretch. Landing on the line next. It's Redland Bethany Jean for Brody McPhee. Looked like Rock and Roll Case and then Rosetown Mary. The time for the mile in 1:57 and 1.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you. In the 14th on this Saturday afternoon in Redland, Bethany Jean and Brody McPhee and Rocky, they did not want to sit here today. They wanted to command all of the fractions, and they get it done here today for the third win of the Phillies campaign.
Yeah, just getting to the quarters where she cleared to the front. Quarter 28 and 1, the half up 58 and 4. She rolled through 3/4 127 and 2. Head company Rock and Roll K's on the outside came first over, and they battled down the backstretch. And you're going to see on your screen here, Redland Bethany Jean for Brody McPhee get the job done. 157 and 1. 2 in a row, third career from 7 tries for this 2-year-old filly by Artspeak. In there for second, that is the 5 Rock and Roll K's. Rosetown Mary third, and Singing Ramona fourth. 3-5-1-2 unofficially. In the 14th, we'll see Redland Bethany Jean and Brody McPhee in the Red Shores winner circle next.
Redland Bethany Jean arriving at the 14th race winner's circle. Pacing filly 2 by Arch Peak off the Mach 3 dam. Mockingbird Princess, owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Filly bred by Arnold Hagen of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. She's trained by Tommy Weatherby and driven to victory by Brody McPhee. The mile 157-1. Redland Bethany Jean capturing a division of the Ladies Slipper Stake Gold at Charlottetown. Here's the official results in the 14th. Rosetown Mary 3rd, Singing Ramona 4th. Redland Bethany Jean the race winner. JJ Amelia was 6th. Rock and Roll Cage 2nd. It's Up to You was 5th. Too Much for You was 8th. Look Over Your 7th. 28-1. 58-4. 127-2. And the mile 157-1. In review, 3-4-1, 6-2-5, 8-7. Redland Bethany Jean, 570 to win. Exactor 24-30, Triactor 133-10, Superfecta 53-25.
Okay, so race number 15 is coming up next, and it's the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. And Rocky, throughout the season, we've been talking about this great event that's coming up on October 1st, and here it is on a day like today, and 7 great entries ready to go here tonight for just a great gentleman. And over the years, and I know we've been talking a lot about this event, and there's a lot of folks in the center field today that are here for the Richard Campbell Memorial, which we're looking forward to as well. So a great looking field for it, and you know what, he's had some great moments over the years, and he's touched a lot of people.
Yeah, he was a great guy. Great guy, Richard. You know, he was very friendly. He used to come talk to my father and I, and when we were racing down here in Charlottetown, and you know, he was always a smile on his face and a joke to tell. You know, he was a great guy. Yeah, he was an owner, a fan, an industry resource person. During university, Richard spent a good deal of time around Fredericton Raceway with his uncle Ned, who was well-regarded horseman. And in his professional legal career, Richard was a strong proponent of fairness for industry people regarding any issue. And he took great pleasure in the success of his family's co-ownership of racehorses, in particular Invitational Star Time to Dance, who you're going to see here step on the racetrack as they get on the track here right now for the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial.
15th race on the track. Reliable Motors, Richard Campbell Memorial. There'll be a trackside presentation. The Ron Post Parade, number 1, Twinbee Tough Enough. Owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Jules Barrio driving. Time to Dance 2 is owned by Brent Campbell of Charlottetown, Matthew McDonald of Edwards, Ontario, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. Batter Up Hanover number 3, owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Douglas Lauthers, and Chantel Langell. Paul Langell trains and drives. For Morito Hanover, owned by Perry Burke of Grosal, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Jason Hughes. 5 Rotten Ronnie is owned by Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Lennon McIsaac, Redmond Doucette drives. Beach and Lindy 6 is owned, trained, and driven by Stephen Charlton of Dundas, Ontario. 7 No Plan Intended, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, and the drive goes to David Dowling. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 15. And guys, we're up with our selections. Here in the Richard Campbell Memorial, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the 15th, I got to go to the rail. And Twinbee Tough Enough off of that track record performance his last outing at Truro 150 and 4. Pretty awesome trip. 2 Time to Dance. You know, this stable would love to win this race, guys, without a doubt, and he's going to be ready to rock. Should get an excellent trip here for Campbell. I'll use him for the deuce. Going to go to 3 Batter Up Hanover. He's been chasing these types all summer long. Gets a decent post to work with. And remember, he traveled over this track in 51 and change last year. And to complete my superfecta, going to go to Jen Doyle's horse, 7 No Plan Intended. He didn't have much luck at the draw, but he's got lots of speed to boot, boys. So I like 1, 2, 3, 7 over to the race day desk, and your choices.
Well, it's been many, many months in the making of this event, and we've worked with the Campbell family and Reliable Motors, and I'm going to put the 2 on top. Vance, Time to Dance, racing in honor of Richard Campbell today and his son Brent, along with the ownership team, would love nothing better, as you said, to win this race today, and they'll be ready. I like the fact they'll be leaving from the 2-hole. I know Richard and Jacinta have been longtime friends with Brent and Phyllis McClellan of Reliable Motors, and Brad, who runs the company now, had many special trips fishing with Richard in the Miramichi. I'll tell you one thing, a trip to the Winter Circle today would be very special and fitting. I like the 1, Twinbee Tough Enough, draws the rail coming off that track performance there in Truro. In the Conroy, I like him for 2nd. And for 3rd, I think you can throw a blanket over any one of them to make the triactor here, Rocky. But I'll lean on Advance. I'll lean on No Plan Intended. Post position is not ideal, but I think Dowling can work out a trip from off the pace, and they can really close it out. So I like this side of the desk, 2-1-7.
I'm going with the 1 in here, same as Vance. Twinbee Tough Enough. You know, he's 150 and 4 in Truro the last start. You look at that start where he won here for Kenny in the Gold Cup and Saucer Consolation, 151 and 1. That was a really good trip. For 2nd, I'll go to the 7, No Plan Intended, for David Dowling. He shows 151 in his second last start, and he was a winner, you know, in the Governor's Plate at Summerside. So I like him for 2nd. For 3rd, Time to Dance from Post 2 for Mark Campbell. And for 3rd, throw in the 3, Batter Up Hanover, as Vance said. He was a winner here last year in 151 and 4. So I like 1, 7, 2, 3. Vance likes 1, 2, 3, 7. And Lee likes 2, 1, 7. He never likes to throw in that 4th horse there, but I guess he did say any of the rest of the field. So
I'll say the 3.
So we'll put in the 3 as well. So good luck with your selections.
All right, there's a look at Rotten Ronnie comes into the mix here today at 5-1 right now. And Rocky, as I said, I mean, this is just a stellar field here, just a field of superstars. You got Twin Be Tough Enough at 4-5, the 2 Time to Dance at 5-2, the 3 Batter Up Hanover 9-1 odds, great odds there, and the 4 21-1. And there's the 5 Rotten Ronnie, as I said, 5-1.
He was very impressive here in June the 25th in the Ladner. He had the rail, and he wired the field in 152-4. So, yeah, like he's got the credentials to be here too, Lee.
Well, Beach and Lindy, too. There's a horse we didn't get a chance to talk much about. We've talked a lot about this horse throughout the year, and, you have to really watch this guy because he can work out a trip here and surprise any one of them. He shows hips in 51-4 and 53-1 in his last start there, but he just got shuffled in the Conroy. But, at the end of the day there, and no plan intended on the outside. So this is a great group. And we're really looking forward to. It was a pleasure to work with the family and the Reliable Motors team, Reliable Motors, Richard Campbell Memorial. It's been a pleasure, and here it comes.
There are 7 of them lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the afternoon's 15th Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
From the rail out, Twin Be Tough Enough, Time to Dance, Batter Up Hanover, Marito Hanover, Rotten Ronnie, Beach and Lindy. No plan intended. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and facing Time to Dance and Twin Be Tough Enough are leaving out. Batter Up Hanover's headed 4th, 3rd around the turn 4th. Burrito Hanover from the outside, no plan intended 5th. Rotten Ronnie goes 6th. Trailing the field 7th. That is Beach and Lindy. Time to Dance cleared the lead from Mark Campbell, leading it by 2. Second is Twin Be Tough Enough. In at the rail 3rd, that's Batter Up Hanover. Marito Hanover checks in mid-pack 4th. Racing 5th is no plan intended. Then in 6th, that's Rotten Ronnie. Trailing the field, Beach and Lindy. Oh, they're sitting up into Richard Campbell. Boom! Just like that! 27-1 opened it up. Time to Dance, the leader, approaching the opening half mile. Second is Twin Be Tough Enough, Batter Up Hanover 3rd. Here comes No Plan Intended. Underway on the outside 4th. Following him out 5th, that is Rotten Ronnie. On the rail 6th, Marito Hanover. Trailing the field 7th, Beach and Lindy 56-4, opening half mile. They swing on by the 5/8, led by Time to Dance. On the outside, No Plan Intended now second. Third up the rail is Twin Be Tough Enough. On the rail 4th, that's Batter Up Hanover. Rotten Ronnie has 5th. Marito Hanover 6th. Trailing the field 7th. Beach and Lindy, 3/4 in the books. 124-3, 27-4 in the 3rd quarter. Down the stretch they come. Time to Dance, trying to close it out. Twin Be Tough Enough on the outside. In at the rail, Batter Up Hanover. Here's the line. Twin Be Tough Enough for burial. Time to Dance was second. Batter Up Hanover will finish 3rd in the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. Time for the mile, 1:52.2. Wow!
Well, what a race here this afternoon. Here's the Universal Media slow-mo for you today. Time to Dance and Campbell. They shot out of the 2-hole here today. Rocky, they commanded the lead. They wanted to run the fractions. They did that. But wow, what a stretch drive here today. And the 1 gets up in the final strides.
Absolutely. 27-1 to the quarter, 56-4 to the half, down to 3/4 in 124-3. And here's a great shot. They're going to team up here for a little bit as Twin Be Tough Enough gets up for Jill Berriot to win the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial today. 152-2. Time to Dance did all the work. He settles for the deuce. Batter Up Hanover in there for third. No Plan Intended fourth. Our colleague Vance Cameron nails the superfecta 1, 2, 3, 7. We'll see Twin Be Tough Enough back in the Red Shores winner circle in a moment.
Going to the winner's circle here in the 15th race, the one entry Twin Be Tough Enough. Pacing Brown Stallion, the 7-year-old son of rock and roll heaven. Off the Dragon Again Dam in the pink. Owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown. Trained by Ronnie Matheson. Driven to victory by the Maritime Magic Man Gilles Barrio for his second winner on the afternoon for the double. An excellent trip for October. It's 1:52 and 2. Twin Be Tough Enough capturing the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial and the trackside cooler presentation. Here's the official results now from race 15. Twin Be Tough Enough, the race winner. Time to Dance was second. Batter Up Hanover third. Marito Hanover fifth. Rotten Ronnie was sixth. Beach and Lindy seventh. No Plan Intended fourth. Fractions went 27 and 1. 56 and 4. 124 and 3. And the mile 152 and 2. In review, it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 4. Twin Be Tough Enough paid $320. The Exactor $450, Triactor $1720, Superfecta $439.
Forget we're back harness racing at Summerside Raceway tomorrow afternoon. First post is at 1 o'clock, featuring the Lady Slipper and Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes for 2- and 3-year-old trotters and 3-year-old colts and fillies in the gold and grassroots divisions. 3-year-old fillies gold goes for $20,600. The 3-year-old colts in the gold division goes for $34,800, as well as the fourth leg of the Atlantic Age Pacing Mare Series, brought to you by Standardbred Canada. It all comes up tomorrow afternoon at Summerside. Post time is at 1 o'clock. And you'll see our picks on the screen for the upcoming finale. See, I like an 8-4-5 in here. Post time picks likes 4-5-1, and the classifier likes 8-2-4 in the upcoming 16th race. But note, the 2 Cowboy Logic has been scratched.
Race number 16 on the track for the post parade. Number 1, Spicy P, is owned by Robbie Hughes of Stratford, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 2 is Scratch, 3 Doc Darrell, owned and trained by Morgan Shepherd of Brackley Beach. Colin Shepherd drives. McPat 4 is owned by Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Jules Barrio. 5 Boys Turn, owned by Claire Murphy of Millvale. Joel and Jeremy Watts of Springvale, trained and driven by David Dowling. Acrobat Hanover number 6, owned by Lenny, Maddie, and Liam Myers, and Robin LaJeunesse, trained by Lenny Myers. Mark Campbell drives. No Great Mischief number 7, Walter Chevry co-owns, trains and drives. Co-owners are Brian Thompson and Douglas Olden. 8 is Fernhill General, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee's in the sulky. Final call for wagering on race number 16. Let's go back to Rocky with his super high 5 here in the finale.
And there's a look at my Super High 5 ticket in the upcoming finale here this afternoon, the 16th and final. I like 8, 4, 5, 6, 1 in the finale. The 2 Cowboy Logic has been scratched. And there's a look at my top pick. That is the 8 Fernhill General, 3-roll by Malicious for Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown. Tommy Weatherby, the trainer, Brody McPhee in the driver's seat. Last start was September 17th right here at Charlottetown. Post 4, finished 2, just got beat by quarter of a length. Race timed 1:53.3, closed it out in 28.3. 4 wins from 15 tries on the season. 156.1 season's best taken at SHORES Raceway. Fernhill General, post 8 today with Brody in the bike at 6-1. And there we see the 4, McPat, a 6-year-old by Del Marvelous for Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick, Jill Berriot, the trainer and the driver. Last start September 17th right here at post 2 and finished 2. Race timed 1:55.4. Closed that one out in 28.2. Has a win this season from 11 tries. 1:54.3 season's best right here at Charlottetown. McPat from post 4 with Jill Berriot. Your even money choice right now. And there we get a look at the 5, Boys Turn, 6-year-old by Shadow Play for Claire Murphy of Millvale, Joel and Jeremy Watts of Springvale. David Dowling is the trainer and the driver. He's looking for win number 5 this afternoon. Last start was here September 17th, post 3, finished 5, race timed 1:54.3, closed it out 28.2 for Mark Bradley. September the 10th here at Charlottetown, Head the Rail was a winner by a neck in 1:56.3, closed it out in 28.1. Boys Turn has 3 wins this season from 17 tries, 1:55.1 season's best right here at Charlottetown. Post 5 today, and right now at 3-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board in the finale. Spicy P on the rail for Jason Hughes at 7-1. The 2 is scratched. Doc Darrell from post 3 with Colin Shepard at 19-1. The 4, McPat with Jill Berriot at even money. Boys Turn from post 5 with David Dowling at 3-1. Acrobat Hanover is the 6 for Mark Campbell at 9-2. No Great Mischief 7 for Walter Chevry at 19-1. And the 8, Fernhill General with Brody McPhee in the bike at 3-1. That's your field for the afternoon's finale. I want to thank you for your business here this afternoon, whether you're here live or tuning in to Redshores.ca, our Red Shores YouTube channel, or at HPIBet.com. Don't forget, we're back at it tomorrow afternoon at Summerside. First post at 1 o'clock. Sixteenth race. It's the finale on a Saturday afternoon here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. A field of 7. Scratched down to a field of 7. Vance, I'm off to Ottawa for a few days. I'll not be there tomorrow or Tuesday, but I'll be back with you next Saturday. Hope to catch the action tomorrow night At Rideau Carlton, up to you for the call.
Well, enjoy your trip to Ontario, Rock. Lining up here in the 16 with Spicy P, Doc Darrell. McPat, Boys Turn. Acrobat Hanover, No Great Mischief. Fernhill General outside, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Super Saturday, finale time. The rough and pacing McPat is leaving out on the rail. That's Spicy P. Between them is Doc Darrell. Third, coming from the outside. Fourth, that is Fernhill General. Oh, a little to it and at it. At it and to it here in the early going. Wow, 3 wide. All around the turn as they straighten up the back stretch. Going to the opening quarter. Here comes McPat for Berrio to take over. Spicy P is second. Doc Darrell third. Fernhill General went to plan B. He settled into fourth. Racing from fifth is Boys Turn. Acrobat Hanover sixth. Trailing the field seventh. No Great Mischief. 27-1. Boom! Just like that, they opened it up in big time. McPat, the leader towards the opening half mile. Spicy P on his back, second. Third is Doc Darrell. Here comes Fernhill General on the move in the outside fourth. Boys Turn will follow him. Second over fifth. Now third over sixth is Acrobat Hanover. Trailing the field seventh. No Great Mischief. 57-4. They got a big-time breather off a big-time opener. Up the backstretch they go. 3/4 next. On the outside, Fernhill General puts his head in front. McPat at the rail second. Third is Spicy P. On the outside, Boys Turn fourth. Fifth on the rail. That's Doc Darrell. Acrobat Hanover sixth. No Great Mischief seventh. Well grouped. 3/4 in 1. 25-3. Homeward bound in the finale. McPat is battling back at the rail. Fernhill General the leader. Racing third. Spicy P on the outside. Boys Turn is coming. Deep in the stretch. Fernhill General hangs on. Then Boys Turn with Spicy P up the inside third. The time for the mile, 1:55.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for the afternoon's finale, brought to you by Universal Media. And McPat was used hard to get to the front today. Cleared to the quarter in 27-1, up to the half in 57-4. He had company. Here comes Fernhill General, first over, and they battled all the way up the backstretch to 3/4. And coming through the stretch here, you're going to see Fernhill General. He's going to get up to get the job done here today. Boys Turn coming up on the outside here second. Spicy P, he's following through with the rail. But up to get it all is Fernhill General today in 1:55.2. That is his 5th win of the season, 11th career. Boys Turn in there for second. Spicy P third. And No Great Mischief gets in there for fourth. So unofficially 8-5-1-7 in the finale. And we'll see Fernhill General in the Red Shores Winner's Circle next.
Fernhill General arriving at the 16th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Militias off the Arch Place Dam Noble Ellen. Owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown. Trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee in the driver's seat. Training double for Weatherby. Driving double for McPhee. 1:55.2. The time for the mile. Fernhill General closing out a super Saturday at Charlottetown. Here's the official results in the 16. Spicy P 3rd, Cowboy Logic scratched. Doc Darrell 6th. McPat was 5th. Boys Turn finished 2nd. Acrobat Hanover was 7th. No Great Mischief 4th. Fernhill General the race winner, 27-1, 57-4, 125-3, and the mile 155-2. In review, it's 3 scratch 6, 527, 41. Fernhill General 670 to win. Exactor 50-50, Triactor 219-20. The Late Daily Double paid $19.70. There'll be a super high five carryover. And that completes our live presentation here at the driving park this afternoon. Today's Par Mutual handle, $93,699. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.